We will have to make time, on the sides to get to know each other a bit better. There's some great people around here in this space, and then chat to one another and, of course, build a family. Co-host, of course, Queen's University Belfast, Dina. University of Ghana, Michael. The HSRC, Thierry, to you and your colleagues, thanks so much for this. And, of course, thanks to the National Research Foundation who funds this project. Our friends from abroad and those who are linking up in different kinds of ways and across different time zones, thank you so much for that. To Jenny, Fortunate, Michaela, and the teams for planning and holding the event together. And of course, also, we have put together a complicated hybrid event, and you know that things will go wrong this way or the other. I just ask you to bear with us. There will be a few hiccups here and there, but we have our good friend Ponso, who will be dealing with those challenges. We will also be having, a peculiar South African challenge, and that is load shedding. I think we created that word. Jenny will also, deal with that under different sets of housekeeping announcements. The video that will follow our introductory remarks will tell you more or less where we're coming from, the ideas that we have behind this particular network, the fact that we want to be unashamedly African in the orientation of our discussions, and of course building an African network, in conversation with our friends that have been with us for so long. We have very modest aspirations. For those of you who know me intellectually and otherwise, I don't have grand scheme things in my head. We would simply want to just build a network of friends and collaborators that are interested in studying the university on our continent from a critical stance, okay? So something that's a bit different from the conventional higher education study, and then one that can contribute to a critical ontology of ourselves, that we understand clearer what it is that we're actually doing as a basis to shift our praxis. Our own university have a very, very strong African imperative. We were a bit twatted by COVID-19, but earlier this year in June, we traveled with our Vice-Chancellor to Ethiopia, Uganda, and Kenya. I met with a few of you there, so thank you very much for chatting to me. And of course, all those discussions then results in people coming together like this. The theme of the colloquium is very relevant, the way in which techno-rational thought is impacting on the university and whether we can hold critical reflexive solidarities together amidst those kinds of hegemonic development, And so part of that is that the colloquium, apart from its thematics, it's also just, it's an invitation to a friendship. For co-traveling the university in ways that makes its emancipatory potential come through more strongly. And an invitation to craft it together, We don't have dogmatic models and pathways in our head. This is an open space for that conversation to happen. So please enjoy the time that you spend at our university. I'm really looking forward to the program, and of course, looking very much forward to the informal chats with colleagues from various parts of our continent and the globe. Thank you so much.
So I really just want to echo and say welcome, colleagues. I think it's so affirming, especially after the last few very hard years, to see familiar faces in this room who were part of the Advanced and Critical University Study process that we started in 2019. It's also an honor to see those who have been part of longer conversations about the university, who have enacted it in their practice within universities, in their leadership, and of course, invaluably, for those of us who are researchers, right, in the writing. There are, of course, others who we would have loved to have been here, who are no longer with us at all, and I think it's important to have a sense of their legacy and their commitments continuing in our own work. Then also to say, what an honor and a joy to see those newly joined here in this venue, beautiful venue, by the way, and also online, because we really are here to try to create and to connect communities of those who study higher education. Increasingly, it's not an easy endeavor to study the university. It's shifting, it's slipping, it's morphing, and of course, so are we as academic citizens. In some cases, the scholarship is neglected, in some places undermined, in others weaponized, threatened and threatening, and I think in many cases we are too. So just to echo, I think, what Andre has said, and I'm sure what many of us will be saying over the next few days, I think we should and we must persist in critical studies of the university. I hope, I guess I believe, that we can do so more robustly, more critically, more impactfully, when we are situated, yes, but when we are connected. So it's that ethos, particularly of reflexive solidarities, that is the ethos that informs this and why we've set aside this time over the next few days. So thank you to the formal contributors from which we hope to learn, but also to all of us really, those who generously extend their knowledge and expertise, particularly intergenerationally, but also to those who really actively take the opportunity to build relationships over the next few days, to share learning and connections and opportunities. And I hope that we all find it a really enriching time. Thank you.
So thank you very much for coming. You'll notice that this is a network of scholars and students, which is what universities are about, scholars and students. And the concept university has existed on our continent much longer than many places. On the continent today, the model we are pursuing is a 19th century model that came in part with the colonization of this continent. But before then, Africans had universities. And those were mostly centers of scholars and students. Today, our history has almost obliterated that aspect of what the university means. And so we think that this kind of network is important to revisit our roots, inform the present, and chart a path for the future. The kind of network that will run across this continent, that will bring us together, generate knowledge on the kind of university, the African university, we would like to see. No one will solve our problems for us. It's only us who can think about our circumstances and infuse those ideas into what we do to find solutions to our problems. So I'm so happy that the conversation we began in 2019 is getting traction, and this network is growing. So I'm delighted to note that. And out of that, we're not going to stop. We'll rather continue against all odds to grow. And so right now, we already extend an invitation to you to come to Ghana in September 2023. That is to say, what we have started can only grow. And we'd like to see as many scholars and students from all parts of this continent networked, how strong that would be and how that would change the face of higher education in Africa. Thank you very much.
The ACUSAfrica Network's origins are tied to the 2019 Emancipatory Imaginations, Advancing Critical University Studies Winter School. This event, conceptualized by Andre Kiet of Nelson Mandela University and Dina Beluigi of Queen's University Belfast, saw scholars from across the globe gathering for publications, contestations, and disputations on the question of plural emancipatory imaginings for the university. One of the key pathway suggestions that emerged from the Winter School was the creation of platforms and opportunities for the co-creation of knowledge between students, academics, and communities. The first iteration of these imaginings is the ACUSAfrica Network, led by Andre, Dina, and Michael Okierofo, and their collaborative teams of Nelson Mandela University, Queen's University Belfast, and the University of Ghana. The network's online presence was established in 2020, describing its website as a dialectical space to foreground scholarship for advancing critical university studies across Africa in dialogue with scholarship from across the global south and north, with the substance thereof as shaped organically by its contributors, who are constituted from networks of scholars and practitioners across the world. The network further states that underpinning the work of the critical study of higher education is the endeavor to find other ways to study universities which are capable of thinking in plural forms of emancipatory higher education imaginations and futures. With the devastating onset of COVID-19, the network's first gathering was an online reflective discussion amongst members held on the 8th of July 2020. Titled The Implications of COVID-19 for CUS, the discussion was an important moment for the fledgling network and its members to regroup in the midst of a truly life-altering pandemic. 2020 also saw the first year of funding for Andre's Advancing Critical University Studies research project by South Africa's National Research Foundation. The funding, which is for the period 2020 to 2022, has been instrumental in supporting the network's online presence, the hosting of colloquia and various scholarly gatherings, and the overall development of the network and its various objectives. ACUSAfrica's first dedicated colloquium was held online in February 2021 with the title Critical University Studies and the Battle Against Global Racism. A number of speakers from the network, including Sharon Stein from the University of British Columbia and Christy van der Westhuizen from Nelson Mandela University, presented on their research and projects. Michael reflected on the position, role, and function of the network within a connecting web of ideas, and Aslam Fatah of Stellenbosch University spoke to the establishment of ACUSAfrica's South African chapter. The first keynote, Transforming African Universities and Epistemic Cultures in the Post-COVID-19 World, was delivered by Paul Zaleza of the United States International University, Africa. And the second, titled, If You Were a White Man, They Would Have Negotiated With You the Minute You Were Approached, Bodies of Value in Academic Life, by Shirley Ann Tate of the University of Alberta. The colloquium also introduced the ACUSAfrica webinar series. The first seminar in the series, titled Navigating Chamois Escapes and Faculty Life in the Global South, was a panel discussion on the 17th of March 2021. A number of seminars have followed, including that of Sumin Koo of the National University of Ireland, Galway, on sustainability, transdisciplinarity, and the public epistemic role of higher education, held on the 7th of October 2021, and by Mikelinos Zimbalas of the Open University of Cyprus on refusal as effective and pedagogical practice, held on the 19th of April 2022. Also in 2021, ACUSAfrica's podcast series was launched. The first episode, a paper by Andre titled Racism's Knowledge and University Transformation, originally presented in the Society for Research into Higher Education Southwest Network's webinar series. Other episodes include a paper by Kopano Ratele of Stellenbosch University titled The World as It Could Be, Africa's Psychology for the Inferiorized, and a presentation by Rilebogile Moletsane of the University of KwaZulu-Natal titled Rethinking Mandela's Legacy in the Midst of War on Women's Bodies, a Feminist Dance, a Ghost Dance. Two book projects linked to the network are currently in various stages of production. The first of which, Advancing Critical University Studies, edited by Andre, Dina, and Jason Arde of Durham University, flows directly from the 2019 Winter School. Although the edited collection does not focus exclusively on the African University or the University in Africa, most of the chapter authors are members of the network. A second project had its first workshop presentation and discussion session in August this year. The title of the workshop and the proposed title of the book is The De- or Recompositional Grounds of the University in Techno-Rational Times, and the project and book is coordinated by Aslam, Andre, and Shireen Mutala of the University of Johannesburg. During the workshop, Sarah Musowetsa of the Human Science Research Council, Sarah Nuttall of the University of the Witwatersrand, Pramesh Lalu of the University of the Western Cape, and Michael Peters of Beijing Normal University participated in an open seminar on the project title. The 2022 colloquium, Self-Reflexive Solidarities in the Techno-Rational Times, represents a key moment in the history of the network. As the first official in-person gathering under ACUSAfrica's banner, it brings its established collaborators, such as the institutions Nelson Mandela University, Queen's University Belfast, University of Ghana, and the National Research Foundation, and scholars from across Africa and the globe, together, along with new collaborators such as the Human Science Research Council. We hope that the network will grow in years to come, and that we can work towards renewed solidarities across our continent and beyond to advance the critical study of higher education.
Bonjour.
Okay. I just need to, when you do the book project, I need to talk. Oh.
Can't seem to access the scrutiny. You do what? To get it to open it.
Something project. All right, so I thought I would just briefly discuss with you the first book project and our progress. This project came from the 2019 Winter School. The last 2 days of the Winter School were directly about workshopping, discussing, deciding, voting, deliberating, how to really create impact in terms of advancing critical university studies. And one of the main avenues in which the people who were there felt that we could progress this was in terms of writing a book. And the central question of the book was really, how is critical university studies to be advanced? I mean, it's a massive meta question, but it's produced some incredible chapters, really. So at the time, when we got the abstracts, we thought we would probably structure the book along these ways, and you can see that the slide is taken from February 2021. We also found that from the abstracts, there were a range of themes and connections that were operating across the book. What I thought I would do now, because the book is almost at completion, is to share with you the chapter titles in the hopes that it whets your appetite as we discuss over the next 2 days, and to also read the book. I need to turn, though, to be able to see it. The African University's Innovative Self-Renewal, the intersection of critical university studies and decolonial theory, ethical implications for higher education internationalization. No human involved, no theory involved, the impossibilities of black studies in the UK and Canadian prairie academia. Interrupting colonial circularities in critical approaches to the study of higher education. Emancipation as rebellion or repair. Higher education, unsustainability, and possibilities for transformation and public good. Finding faith in the face of ugly truths, solidarities and identities within and at the borderlands of the academy. Inside, outside imaginings of the university. Disgrace by J.M. Coetzee and Dog Eat Dog by Nick Mhlongo. The university as a site of workers' training and human development. Revitalizing the humanities, undisciplining sociology and cultural studies in South Africa. What else can be done? Shut down the center. The shifting of transformative responsibility within discourses of women's studies centers in Indian universities. Beyond student halls and libraries, postgraduate student well-being in the case of Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. Disaffection at work on silences, intersectional violence, and building the anti-racist university. And then emergences. So I hope that gives you a sense of the book that is to come. Thank you.
And we are almost there, especially for those who have handed in their chapters 2 years ago, Michaelinos. So we are almost there, okay? Almost. Thank you so much. Let me hand over, Michael, via you to Luan. Luan is just going to say something quickly on the NRF project.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Luan Staphorst, and on a good day, I'm one of Prof. Keith's minions, and on a bad day, I'm a gremlin. But today I'm just quickly giving feedback on the National Research Foundation funded project that Prof. Keith has been given or working with the past few years. It started in 2020, 2021, and today, this year is the last year. So just in terms of the background of the project, much of in the line of what Prof. Keith has already spoken about, but the idea that on two fronts, both on a structural front, in terms of the higher education structures, the bodies that govern it in our country and elsewhere in the world, and a theoretical side. Both the theoretical and the structural level, we find transformation to be unconducive or untransformative. And the question is, how can critical university studies as a distinct field or a new paradigm of into think, how could that challenge that and become more transformative? So the project has 3 objectives. The first of which is to map CUS to understand what is this field in relation to the extant fields of learning, such as higher education studies and higher education transformation studies. The second is to analyze CUS in relation to extant programs, networks, etc. And then thirdly, to build networks, as we are doing here today. Just in relation to the progress on the project, our first objective has been met. We have finished a report, and that report is being turned into various articles and book chapters and publications, so it will be out in the public domain soon. In the second objective, the ACUSAfrica really is the embodiment of the second objective, and very importantly, the website has been fundamental in that regard, in shaping the conversation and continuing to build and create new spaces. As we mentioned on the site, it is a dialogical space. It is there to get scholars from across the globe, especially from the global south and Africa, and to build those networks. And the third objective as well, specifically linking to the ACUS website. And just shortly, in terms of our research, when we mapped HES, or Higher Education Studies, Higher Education Transformation Studies, and Critical University Studies, just a short overview of what these 3 paradigms are and how they differ. And it's just important to note that this is obviously very short and succinct, and there's nuance to it, but just to give you a snapshot. And if we just look at higher education studies and higher HTETS and CUS in terms of methodological questions, we can see that HES asks normal kind of questions that we expect from a higher education journal. We'd ask questions, what are students, staff, and stakeholders perceiving in a particular higher education context or space? Higher education transformation studies links those same kinds of questions much more to the question of transformation, while CUS asks the idea of the university. How is the idea of a university defining student experiences, staff relations, stakeholder relations, and perceptions? So we move from the particular to the more generative questions of ideas of the university, and that kind of approach, entangling or disentangling the idea of the university, engaging how that idea of the university gets into a physical form or gets pluralized in reality, those questions are engaged within CUS. But that said, CUS is not a singular in the sense of simplistic discourse or just a single type of voice or approach. As I mentioned, there is nuance. And we can look at this nuance or this kind of approach to CUS predominantly in two lenses. The one is the institutional CUS or CUS Anglo-America, and that's the critical university studies where it emerges traditionally in America and Britain, that asks questions about the university as historically good, historically just, historically something that is valuable, but that we have somehow lost our way. In essence, neoliberalism, the 1990s, globalization, all of that was terrible, but look how good the university was in the past. Look how perfect it was. We need to go back. But there is another tradition, which is predominantly represented by abolition university studies, that says no, the university was never as benevolent, never as good, never as just as the traditional CUS scholars would like you to have believe. Rather, this university has always been a site of struggle, has always been critically engaged with injustice, creating injustices, creating power differentials in ways that reproduce inequalities. And if we look at these two traditions, the ACUSAfrica network both follows the abolitionist university studies grouping in being critical, but we also very particularly position ourselves as drawing from extant critical scholarship, like decolonization, Africanization, African feminist studies. So it's not a reinvention of the wheel, but rather as a space in which we can bring the plural emancipatory in for critical engagement. And as we say in Afrikaans, fluit, fluit, my story is uit. Whistle, whistle, my story is done. Doesn't sound as beautiful, but there you have it.
Joe, I think it's you now up. Where's Joe Bezige? There you are. Thank you so much, colleagues, for listening to us. It was lovely.
Exciting, exciting. Good morning, everybody. No better way to start a hybrid colloquium with a truly hybrid session. Let me just find the hybrid part of this. Yes, so we are going to have our very first session of this this long-awaited colloquium. We've been looking forward to this day for the last several months, some of us, and for the organizers, the last couple of maybe years. So our very first session is going to be delivered, our first provocation, our first provocateur is a seasoned member of this network, Professor Su Ming Koo. Professor Su Ming Koo is an associate senior lecturer and head of sociology in the School of Political Science and Sociology at the University of Galway, Ireland. Su Ming is a visiting professor at Nelson Mandela's Chair for Critical Studies in Higher Education Transformation, CRISHET. So she's online, and please, it's also very late in the night on her side, on their side, so we look forward to this session. Oh, okay. I need to set her up.
Yes. We set her up now.
sorry about this. We had to just close it here.
How do I do that?
Where's your code? Where's your email? Yes. Oh my God. So sorry about this, Bob.
As we sort out this, just information, after this presentation, we will have a break. And then after the break, we'll have another wonderful, amazing group that will give responses, will give disputations, and then we'll invite responses from the audience after that.
Sorry guys, technology has...
We were warned at the beginning, but you know, when we figure it out at the beginning, that means the rest of it is sorted.
Okay, this. Okay. Do me a favor. Type in 854468.
Okay, hello.
There you are.
Sorry about that. Yeah, she can speak.
Okay, we made the technological. Can you hear us, Professor?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
co-host Sue. If I can just find Zoom. Where's Zoom now? Here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Take this down. Oops.
No, okay, let me also share.
Hello. Hi. Can you please try share your presentation now? Okay, cool. I did. You got it now? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Good morning. Let me just put my timer so I don't go massively over time. And I'll try to make it a little bit shorter maybe.
We are seeing the presentation mode.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so I thought I would just engage with the topic and the title, with this title of my own, which is Conversations We Avoid Having. And it's really and this to and during the second writings of the Frankfurt School, specifically Techno-Rationality is associated with the works of Herbert Marcuse, who wrote a book called The One-Dimensional Man, and the works of Adorno, Theodor Adorno, and Horkheimer, who wrote this important essay on the culture industries and in essays that were titled Dialectic of Enlightenment. So this was already about the Enlightenment in the West having problems with the concept of itself. Says in her book about surveillance capitalism, what is at stake in our new phase of capitalism, surveillance capitalism, is the inward experience from which we form the will to will and also the public spaces to act on that will. So just to move to solidarities, because the theme was reflexive solidarities, and to ask if solidarity is possible. Of course, there's a lot of problems with solidarity as idealized unity. So here I'm not talking about this non-performative, idealized unitary solidarity, but instead a non-ideal performative solidarity, which is reflective. So I draw on this from the feminist theorist Jodi Dean. Reflective solidarity is performative engagement in dialogue, doing something by saying something. And this politics of solidarity is powerful, yeah, because it is performative engagement, because it emerges from concrete practices of disputation, contestation, confrontation, and struggle. In this, identity is not an essence. Identity is a place from which we begin in a more difficult and annoying way. Solidarity requires a non-symmetrical logic of action, a non-symmetrical obligation and benefit. So it's not a both sidesism, because the sides are not symmetrical. So obligations and benefits, responsibilities are different because there are historically structured needs and harms that our conversation comes within. And this means we must always draw on this idea of indigenous and localized epistemologies of coordination. Coordination must be there to prevent further deepening of existing harms and exclusions. I've drawn a lot on this short essay by Kyle White on epistemologies of crisis and epistemologies of coordination. It's very, very helpful to think about why coordinate in order to prevent further deepening of harms and exclusions that could be experienced otherwise by the already vulnerable and disadvantaged. And commitment to this type of performative solidarity is very inconvenient and awkward. It involves friction with awkward and inconvenient others. I've just started reading this one book by Lauren Berlant. I really can't believe that they are not with us to write even more excellent books on the inconvenience of other people. And it is a sort of a queer take on how we deal with political forms, and to challenge form, to queer it to argumentative and intimate forms, to make these forms available to the inconvenience of thinking that loosens questions, unlock thinking's repetitions, and release their energies. So that's the point of inconvenience. So just to start wrapping up then, how can these performative solidarities be situated? They can be situated as both goal and strategy for producing knowledge alongside the struggles that are there, particularly those of already vulnerable and marginalized communities. And Rutledge and Derrickson talk about engaged research and the practices that you can engage in as a researcher, being moved by what is happening, dispersing power, resourcing solidarity, such as the network has been doing, challenging assumptions and norms, and finding ways to sustain collaboration. Situated solidarities are not the same as the fetishization of essentialized social locations, knowers and subjects. Social locations, identities, are places from which we begin, but we begin to go towards collaboration that practically recognizes what are the valued resources and capacities, and how can we develop responsible relational reflexivity. So yes, just to really wrap up then, what is the place of critical higher education studies in this techno-rationality, where we see freedom and information technology as masks for domination by monopoly capitalism, which elsewhere I've written are really masks for oligarchy and control by the already very wealthy to further accentuate their polarization and hoarding of economic growth, development, and wealth. So we ask ourselves, what's the role of public higher education institutions and ourselves, academics and scholars, given these issues of subjectification, this kind of political impoverishment and datification of ourselves and our work? How can we think about the work of scholarship, research, education through these lenses of situated solidarities? How can we approach who has right to what, who has duties towards what and responsibilities towards whom, what is freedom and what is flourishing, what place do we have for understanding and reformulating academic freedom and the idea of institutional autonomy against this autonomy robbing form of techno-rationality, and yet fight against the limitations which have been baked into the structure by colonialism and capitalism, the patriarchal, racial, techno-capitalist institutional foundations. So to conclude, I want to point to eccentric hope as something that we might have in common. And here I draw on the educational theory of Gert Biester, who argues for an education that is not egocentric. So this is what we mean by eccentric. It is eccentric. It is not centered on the ego, but it is on subject formation that can help people to be at home in the world. The philosopher Achille Mbembe talks about hope as something that involves a shared existence in common. And here I'd like to draw on the words of the Irish poet Seamus Heaney on the occasion of reflecting on the new position of South Africa when Nelson Mandela had been released, and why South Africa should have hope, and why he had hope for South Africa, and he had hope for this new beginning that was occasioned by Mandela's release and the ending of apartheid. That hope is something that is there to be worked for, something that is there that is worth working for. And saying this in a feminist and decolonial way, is really draws attention to the fact that the liberal conceptions of hope and liberal conceptions of democracy have always suspected identities and movements, social movements. And they've always felt that civic politics and democracy and civic political selves and moral reasoning should be separated from the social and cultural context. But the feminist and decolonial critics always point to how it's impossible to do this. We must refuse this negation of the social cultural context, to refuse and go beyond the contextual logics and binaries of the capitalist and the racial colonial modern, and maybe to look to the thing that is beyond the abyss in the Portuguese philosopher Boaventura Sousa Santos's view. Yeah, what is beyond the abyss is an epistemology and ontologies that are post-normal, that are transdisciplinary, that include something else. We call this the principle of the included middle in transdisciplinary theory. And it's this possibility that there can be other realities that are already there and present that might have been repressed and that are part of our democratic conversation, that are part of our shared existence in common, and that we can hope is worth working for and that can work when we work together with critical and reflexive solidarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that very fitting provocation. I'm sure everybody has been provoked differently. That's, I like the diversity of provocations you've put forward. And yeah, we look forward to engaging over those provocations. But one of the things that caught me was, being part of the world that now has a lot of communication, but little community. That was touching, And she talks about the lack of mindfulness and, the performative solidarity, which takes a lot of work and commitment to it. could be inconvenient. So I'm sure those are just a little, those are the bits that might have provoked me, but I know many more provoke more of you. We are going to have a break now as we reflect on this. And after the break, we are going to have three disputers who are all going to be online. And it's only after that that we shall then have general conversations around the provocation and the disputations that we shall have shared. So please, let's have a 15-minute break. And is that it? All right, let's do it. Thank you.
Hi, hello. Can I please, Shireen? Is it Shireen? Hello, Shireen. How are you doing? You muted. Yes, welcome. I just wanted to find out. Sorry, just wanted to find out if you are you sharing any presentations? You're just speaking. Okay, awesome. Are the rest of the disputants in line online as well? Is Daniela here? Hello, Daniela. Um, good, good, good. And also, just a conversation, no presentation. Okay, cool. Okay, and then is Amos also in the building? Okay, we wait for the last speaker. But thank you very much. And then we will be introduced and just have a camera on throughout the presentation. And then I will spotlight whoever is speaking during the talk. Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back from that catch-up break. We are diving right into the disputations, and online we have three amazing individuals, three disputers, located in different places, who are going to still give us more to think about before the rest of us dive into this conversation. So online we have Professor Amos Njuguna. Professor Amos Njuguna is the current dean in charge of graduate studies, research and extension at the United States International University, Africa. Also, we have Dr. Daniela Raffaelli, who is a lecturer in the psychology department at the University of Wits in South Africa. And we also have Professor Shireen Motala. Professor Shireen Motala is the Sachi Chair, Teaching and Learning, and is a professor in the Faculty of Education at the University of Johannesburg. Now, all these three are going to have 15 minutes each to share their disputations. And we have Hashali. Is Hashali able to raise his hand, or he's online somewhere? He will be in charge of the reminders of the time. So the disputers online, you'll be sent reminders just to let you know on how you're doing with the time. So I would like to invite at this moment Professor Amos Njuguna to start with your disputation. You're very welcome. Amos joins later. We will have Professor Shireen. Please go on. Professor Shireen, would like to give you the platform to...
Sorry, Chair, do you want
Hello, Prof. Prof. Shireen? You can speak. Yes, please, please, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. It's an absolute pleasure and honor to be with you today. And special thanks to Prof. Andre Kiert, who has introduced me to the network. And together with Aslam Fattar, we've met several times over the last year to discuss aspects of the network, and in particular look at what CUS South Africa can offer. So thank you, Andre, and I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but I will be with you throughout this important event. So my response is to Su Ming Ku's paper and provocation, both her abstract and her longer paper. Her paper presentation today didn't cover all the aspects she had in the paper, so I'm going to be possibly referring to those which were not the substance of what all of what happened today. The areas I want to look at are the public good, decolonization, the politics of knowledge, pedagogy and social solidarity, all of which she covers. I just want to acknowledge that in preparing this disputation, I worked closely with colleagues in the Saatchi Chair Teaching and Learning, and Tobisi Ndaba and Everard Weber, in order to present what I'm doing today. So I think as a starting point, the paper raises important points about the neoliberalization of higher education, its impact on the public good of higher education, and the implications of the questions for the possibility of social democracy. I think very importantly acknowledges that the critique of neoliberalism has been going on for a very long time, and alternatives to neoliberalism have not gained ground. Instead, as Su Ming very eloquently describes in a paper, there is a sense of dread and of rising darkness associated with the neoliberalization of higher education. She makes an interesting point that the regeneration of public things requires decolonial demands for restitution and restoration to be taken seriously, if hope for the public good is not to flounder on the rocks of colonial imperial legacies that continue to trouble democratic societies as they currently exist. I think what's important is this is a similar point that emerged from the student protests in South Africa about the call for free decolonized education being associated with the receding public good of higher education. Later in the paper, she makes another point about the demands of decolonization and the public good. And she says that the public good is currently constituted maybe inconsumable with the demands for decolonization and the necessity of reckoning with colonial legacies of higher education. She makes the point that restitution and reparation are required to remedy structural inequities if post-colonial public goods are to become more inclusive and legitimate. I think what we want to raise here is that the currently constituted possibly begs the question of context, because public good is constituted differently in different contexts. And in South Africa, the studies of decolonization and the politics of knowledge expressed in the Fees Must Fall movement and the literature is very much aligned with how we view the public good in South Africa, and also very strongly constituted around the transformation imperative of the post-1994 era. Swimming speaks to decolonization, and I just want to expand on some of these issues from our own South African perspective. I think, as we all know, it emerged as a rallying call in 2015 and 2017 from the students' point of view. Transformation had failed campuses and the communities, and obviously something more radical was needed. I think the main argument, which we are all very familiar with now, is that standards and knowledge were informed by Western systems of thought, and in education this involved the tackling and dismantling epistemic violence and hegemony of Eurocentrism, completely rethinking, reframing, reconstructing the curriculum in South Africa, Southern Africa, and Africa indeed, and making it the center of teaching, learning, and research. I'm quoting Helata there. I think one of the challenges that I've faced in working in this area for a while now is often there's a slippage in our concepts. We need to differentiate quite clearly between what we mean between decolonization and decoloniality. Decolonization is broadly understood as referring to historical processes of ending colonization and its aftermaths as expressed in curricular knowledge. Decoloniality, on the other hand, represents a challenge to Western scientific rationality in favor of one that embraces alternatives and indeed multiple frames of knowledge, authority, and epistemology, points that Su Ming points to in her paper. Mbebe argues that epistemic transformation in South Africa involves the recentering of knowledge production systems to subvert epistemic violence occasioned by Western canons and recalibrate towards a new pluriversal and inclusive knowledge system. However, even within that statement and intent, there are a number of questions being asked about what knowledge, whose knowledge, and the famous De Souza Santos quote is that the answers to the questions about knowledge are indeed often partial and weak. Here adds to this discussion by noting that we need to include in the discussion on the decolonization of knowledge notions of epistemic justice and injustice. What's really interesting in the South African case is the push for recentering, the decentering of the European curriculum and the recentering of an African curriculum has never really taken place in the way that we expect it to, because the politics of knowledge production in an interconnected world has changed radically over time. And in my own reflections, it seems as though while we often talk in terms of binary, center, and periphery, in fact, there is much more fluidity and influence of the north and the south. Su Ming also rightly alerts us to structural conditions, arguing that as long as poverty and these are not interrogated in its multi-dimensions, the project of decolonization and of knowledge may simply reproduce asymmetries of power, knowledge in our universities and societies. Expanding on this in work that I've done with colleagues, we focus on 3 dimensions of the material, economic, and epistemological deprivations, and how all this impacts on the knowledge project in higher education. I think the other view I want to put forward is that while we often, while we know that the project of deep transformation is from colonial and apartheid past is variable and incomplete, change has taken place. And often I feel as though we need to have a more critical perspective about presenting this as two irreconcilable discourses, a point that Chris Brink eloquently notes, where he says, on the one side, there's the dominant paradigm of a hegemonic, neoliberal, Eurocentric, Western standard model of the university, and on the other, there's a discourse of an insurrectionist decolonial movement fighting for a viable alternative to a dominant paradigm, especially visible in Africa. He argues that this idea of irreconcilability is too simplistic. And I suppose the view that I'm moving towards is within this apparent hegemony of the Western standard, there are a range of voices calling for change on a broad front, including all of you who are present today. And in fact, what this change is very congruent with what decolonial voices are advocating. Moreover, there's an increasingly body of empirical evidence and research on decolonization practices, as evidenced in the recent book by Janssen and Walters. But I suppose in a moment of self-reflection, I want to say that in the heat of the struggle, we often reflect too little on the complexities of meanings, decolonialism, post-colonialism, and how these constructs actually play out in the daily churn of institutional life, point I will return to, and what this means really for the politics of change and radical change at its roots. I think we often slip back into old frameworks and resuscitate these issues of intellectual dependency, imperial durabilities, a narrow view of IKS, maybe an over-reliance in the Pan-African context on Latin American discourses. I think what I'm arguing for is that we need new conceptual and theoretical departures, theory building, and much more empirical rigor in pursuing the questions of decolonization and the institutional expressions of the knowledge problem. For example, we know little of the disciplinary complicities in the production of new knowledge in the wake of imperial entanglements. And this was very eloquently and evidently provided in South Africa's contradictory position during COVID-19, where in the changing knowledge order, we were both in South Africa, the leading inventors in medical science around Omicron, at the same time deeply dependent on vaccine distribution from rich countries. Clearly a much more cross-disciplinary view is necessary, as I think Su-Ming points to. I think Su-Ming also raises a very important point, and this is my last set of points, around building and creating solidarities within higher education on the African continent, and that goes beyond the current boundaries and constituting publics, as she notes, in exclusionary and discriminatory terms. This is important, I think, because it resonates and relates, as my colleague in Tobisi has said, to the idea of Ubuntu, which is the core of African culture, us working together instead of working in silos for a common good to address a common problem. We need to address these solidarities. However, as Andre and many of us who've worked in both management and as researchers for a long time, there is a difficulty, even as we talk about change, to discuss it, to get it on the agenda of our meetings, and to give it the importance it deserves. Much better, quite often, is to suppress dissent and develop a feel-good consensus. Universities are fragile because of the range of constituencies and peoples that must work together for the common good. Still, that which we oppose, such as the problems of conducting difficult conversations, and I hope the next 3 days will be about that, must be explained and understood. Last points. I think the dialectic of social being and social consciousness is as dynamic and as fluid in our times. We put differently, which might colleague Ebrard Weber often makes to me is that while we are writing about, there are many publications on decolonization, the politics of knowledge, techno-rationality, how are we actually connecting this with institutional change? And I think this is one of the main arguments, one of the challenges for CUS, is the main argument is not only to critique in publication, but to ensure that it is ingrained in our everyday institutional practices. So the competitive, which is so strongly perpetuated by ranking systems associated with neoliberal practices, such as new managerialism and the obsession with numbers, takes away, I think, from higher education's contribution to the public good. The point is often made also as we are in this Pan-African setting with Global North colleagues, is that there are issues of intellectual imperialism, where collaborations between North and South institutions are often more beneficial to the North than to the South. And these are difficult questions we must address. I think the big challenge is that we all, in an academic and in a political sense, need to work together, even if we work at cross purposes. I think the Fees Must Fall movement was possibly provided the best example of this. It was not an elitist project by a few. It was a cohort of Black students revolting against the fact that they didn't feel at home in any of these institutional settings that we're in today. The supposedly objective numbers that are measured annually and as a determinant of race and output are also social, political, and historical, as they are raised, gendered, classed, and discriminated by national origin. Embedded in these targets are coercive and sexist practices of managerial power. It is un-African and must change. Developing agency means collectively building national and international communities of understanding, and that is what I hope CUS Africa aims to achieve in these techno-rational times as we deliberate over the next few days. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Shireen, and thank you for highlighting the paradox that we sit with within the higher education setting. I would like to now invite our second disputer, Dr. Daniela Raffaelli. Please take the platform.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present today. I wish I could be there in person. Thank you so much to Andre for putting together the colloquium, the opportunity for all of us to come together and explore these important topics. Thanks to Michaela and Jenny for all the incredibly hard work behind the scenes, the emails, the information, the coordination. I'm very grateful to be a part of it. Being a part of Critical University Studies group has been an incredibly informative experience, and I've really enjoyed, even this morning, the presentation by Suming and of course Shireen's response to it now. I wanted to spend a little bit of time focusing on Suming's discussion of solidarities. In her talk, she speaks of solidarity as doing something by saying something, contesting, confronting, struggling. She calls it something that's almost annoying and difficult, something uncomfortable and awkward. We engage with sides that are not symmetrical. We have to attend to the historically structured needs and harms of different groups. We have to give practical recognition to valued resources and capacities These are ways of starting to think about solidarity that are very different to, I feel, to the way that the more common conceptualization of transformation, for example, has been undertaken in higher education. And I took Suming's idea of the commonplace that she offered, something with which one argues, but about which one doesn't argue. This colloquium seemed to me a space to disrupt the way that transformation, commonplace in higher education discourse, is mobilized in our sector. As we know, transformation has in many instances been realized in demographic racial shifts that do not always correspondingly address the class-based inequality that is so deeply intertwined with race in South Africa. Transformation is itself produced by and locked into discursive fields that have framed its organizing concepts and principles in ways that serve its reproductive and preservationist impulses, through interventions that often do not threaten its structural frame. In other words, we often end up inadvertently re-racializing the system while attempting to deracialize it. Meaningful deracialization might then be an attempt towards solidarities that are rooted in an encounter with race, class, gender, and other dimensions of society that have been historically shaped in South Africa. The question that I asked myself is this possible in a techno-rational society, in a higher education institution that is firmly embedded in and constituted through the neoliberal principles that have generated the rationality of technologically driven knowledge? This idea of higher education as embedded in techno-rationality has been fueled by the rise of ideologically invoked notions of quality that morphed into a hegemonic excellence rhetoric that currently permeates our sector in ways that legitimize distributions of worth that are racialized and that occur along historically produced university hierarchies. The success of the modern institution is profoundly facilitated by the self-disciplining that accompanies the striving for excellence, which functions at the capillary level to regulate and enhance the performance of academics as workers. In a sense, excellence is then mobilized as ideology, as a moral and individual imperative that furthers the interests of capital. In this way, transformation principles are locked into a larger discourse and logic of excellence, which produces a general horizon of meanings about its own importance and centrality with powerful distributive capabilities. Interestingly, a key feature of excellence is the de-differentiation of the economic and cultural spheres, something that Suming also touched on. In higher education, the cultural and social worth of knowledge has been eroded in favor of its economic value via the mobilization of excellence as a measurement of worth, an institutional vision and mission, and an organizing principle for the activities of the university. The ranking systems of higher education, discussed now by Shireen, are based on the excellent performances of universities and are designed to standardize and organize institutional worth. We can identify these as apparatuses for the relentless production of research, which is the currency of the knowledge economy. By bestowing legitimacy on the institutions that are highly research productive, then, this economy becomes a reproductive mechanism fueled by a discourse of excellence that permeates the branding and presentation of the world-class university. As we know, historically white universities were designed and capacitated for research production. A self-perpetuating system that increases rankings, aligns with so-called international standards of excellence, attracts staff and students with more resources, and reproduces its metrics of worth. Historically Black universities, on the other hand, and technicons, which were traditionally designed for research application rather than research production, were designed to limit research productivity. The structuring of these institutions along apartheid's spatial logic has created a landscape in which research productivity, the key to institutional worth, is structurally foreclosed to the large majority of institutions in the country. The redistribution of resources alongside metrics of excellence that are proxies for research productivity, is therefore unlikely to take place without the systemic capacitation of lower band universities for research productivity. However, as Suming noted, the relations of production, and not just the distribution of resources, the relations of production in the university have become themselves techno-rational. While transformation has thus been traditionally interpreted as the redistribution of resources along more equitable lines, it's rather the relations of production in the university that we must look at, and that must be transformed and made solidaristic in order for change to take place. The South African university seems caught in a paradox in which international legitimacy relies on the reproduction of techno-rational and neoliberal relations of production that are often measured through excellence, where true public relevance relies on transformation of these very relations of production, their interpretation of the worth of the academy, and the ensuing distribution of resources along new lines of institutional worth. As long as transformation is enacted on the terrain of excellence, it cannot but fail to penetrate the systemic inequities that have been built into the system from the start. The almost total absence of solidaristic practices, collaborations, and deep institutional pairings amongst different types of universities is a clear-cut indication of how damaging the excellence discourse has been for the higher education equity project of the country. Perhaps by rethinking transformation as solidarities, we can ask new questions of ourselves. If solidarity undertakes a critique of techno-rationality as the basis of higher education, it has the means to disrupt many of the neoliberal practices used by the university to organize its current practices. Suming ends with a reflection on the hope that is available to us, describing it as an eccentric hope, allowing people to feel at home in the world. And I think Shireen also commented on this in her discussion of Fees Must Fall as an expression of many students saying that they do not feel at home in the higher education system that they locate themselves. We have to start thinking about solidarity as performative and, as Suming noted, solidaristic assemblies of democracy and care in order to begin to rethink the university as an equitable place for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that take on excellence. It's interesting that excellence is usually one of the, the principles that universities put out there as their primary strive. But that's a very interesting take on excellence versus solidarities. If Amos is now online, are we able to know that? Okay. So this is the point we've all been waiting for, for us to dive right in there. So we'll invite questions, we'll invite supplements. Please limit it to a question at a time from yourself, and for 2 minutes at most. And we'll take a bunch of questions. And also, please highlight who you would like to respond to that question. All right, we'll start from the front. I'm sure that would help. Or is there a roving mic? I think there's a roving mic.
Are you the rational?
So thank you very much. I will be as brief as possible. It's a question to Suming. And I want to take her back to the reference to the Seamus Heaney cure at Troy that was given to Nelson Mandela as a gift in 1990. And one of the ways in which I've been reading that work is that Heaney is asking us to think about what model of education will help us reach the other shore where hope and history rhyme. And I wonder, in some sense, if you could talk a little bit about, the kinds of educational modalities that you envisage. So, in my own reckoning with that, is Heaney wants us to think about whether the university might develop a critical concept of reconciliation that exceeds the histories of partition. So it's not actually decolonization that is at stake for Heaney in that play, but partition. Partitions that have devastated large parts of the world in the post-colonial world. So I wondered if you could say something about partition and education and what one might do with it. And then just secondly, if you could, the immaterial labor is a tempting proposition to rethink, because Hart and Negri gave us a very, very particular reading of what immaterial labor looks like. But in fact, what it's turning out to be in the post-colonial world, South Africa being a case in point, it's turning out to be a highly racialized formation. And whether the shift to immaterial labor now requires us to have a different and a reorganized critique of capital that the universities would have to be fundamental in trying to orchestrate.
Thank you, thank you. And were both questions directed to, okay, Swimming. All right, one more, so that we take the three. Yes.
In fact, I was hoping that, there is a hand there. So
okay, we'll take both. We'll take yours and then we'll take yours.
Okay, sure. Thanks. Of course, this was wonderful, Sue, Shireen, and Daniela. Can I just check, Shireen, with regard to how do we get to a culture where we more or less drive at the complexity of meanings as intuitive within the kind of work that we do? Like it's part of our culture, that things within the space is complex. And sometimes we drive too easily at taglines. That's the first one. I wonder whether you have some practical ideas around that. And then the second one for Daniela, of course, is that if the excellence discourse is so overwhelmingly hegemonic, what would be the new kinds of praxis that one can imagine that can work against that?
Thank you, Prof. Kiet. Yes, we'll have Prof. Jude.
First of all, I would like to thank the presenters very, very much. Very insightful stuff they really gave us. Joseph, I would like to ask 3 questions, but I'll do it quickly.
Okay.
The first, to the very first presenter, sorry, I did not memorize the name. Why are things the way they are in our universities? Why have things continued to be the way they are? Because in English, there is a saying that he who pays the piper calls the tune. The second question to all 3 of them, and even to us, at what node of the higher education system are we going to propel the ideals this network stands for, to make sure that they actually get into action? Finally, do we have a ranking of universities that is based in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those questions. So we will go right to you, Prof. Suming, to respond to the question. We shall take a second round of questions. So let's first have responses to these questions. We'll start with the ones for Prof. Suming.
Thank you so much for the discussions and also for the questions. The first question, I didn't see the questioner. Was it Professor Lalu? Yeah, anyway, whoever the question was, about what model of education can help us reach the other shore. I really loved this returning to this short interview with Seamus Heaney and the curate Troy, because I think it brought from the beginning of the time that we think we are in a reminder of the hope and the question of what transformation was all about, which in this question is about reaching the other shore, where hope and history rhyme. And it is something to do with what the other shore is with respect to what all the land and what all of this shore are made of racial, colonial capitalism, in which decolonization is not sufficient to bring a new reality because it's decolonization of the same side of the shore. So that we don't know is the answer. We don't know. And in fact, most of our education and our higher education seems to be oriented towards willfully not knowing and disavowing that another shore might even exist or be in sight. And that vast uncharted seas lie between this shore and the other one. But certainly it's about troubling what's on this shore, which is the structure that you alluded to with your question about your observation about decolonization not overcoming the problem of partition and hierarchical binaries of all kinds. So whatever the education is, the model of education is, it must be educational rather than effective, excellent, ranking highly, or whatever. It has to be educational first and foremost. And we have spent far too little time thinking about what is educational in our higher education. And we haven't spent much time thinking about what is higher in our higher education, which I think is about fostering the possibility of thinking that another shore exists and that ways might exist for us to collectively navigate towards it and find a rhyme between hope and history. So that's the first question. I know it's not a very good answer, but it's better than no answer at all. The question around immaterial labor, it's very much in these two short aphoristic books that I referred to in my talk by Byung-Chul Han, Infocracy and Psychopolitics. And it's a diagnosis of what's wrong with our techno-rational times, that indeed it's no longer the material labor, the energy and the bodies of people that need to be exploited by capitalism. It's the data of people in order to sell the people's desires back to themselves under informational capitalism. So Byung-Chul Han says that we've become cattle, that that's what we are. We're not human beings under techno-rational capitalism. We are cattle that emit data. And this data then is captured and farmed by the farmers of the cattle in order to sell us back things using our attention as individual consumers, as information producers and consumers without community. So that is the key role of immaterial labor in informational capitalism and infocracy. It also has the labor, immaterial labor is also the subject of psychopolitics to be acted on by politics so that politics can continue to reproduce techno-rational capitalism. So it's very dark, I'm afraid, and full of dread. Yes. Andre, on kinds of excellence. Yeah, this is a very good question. What other kinds of excellence could we think about? Certainly, I think kinds of excellence that are not yet defined. Kinds of excellence that are something rather than nothing. Because this relentless techno-rationality, nothingification of our world, so that turn services into non-services, people into non-people, subjects into non-subjects, and things into non-things. So I think that kinds of excellence will be based on the somethingness of what those things are. And we have to have a conversation about the kinds of things we value and we hope for, that are worth working on and worth working together on, that there's something that we hope for, I guess. It's not very good answer, but certainly forms of excellence that are kind of substantive and based on something that we've had uncomfortable and awkward arguments and discussions about. Finally, Jude, why are things the way they are? Is it just a case of he who pays the piper calls the tune? And are there rankings of African universities? Well,
I think the first issue is a challenge to all of us. It is a call to action that there's a huge disconnect between the amount of critical scholarship that exists in our institutions, and most probably in the room you're in, and on the online platform, and institutional change. So I suppose it is asking the question to all of us, where is our political activism in our institutions? And I think that is a real challenge. That there's a huge amount of writing and publication. The second point I want to make is, the point that is made around managerialism and the disconnects that exist. And as Andre asks, how can we do things differently? I think there is a responsibility on us who straddle both the management and the academic or research spheres to somehow bring these two areas together. Somehow the critical scholarship needs to inform what's going on in our institutions and make better linkages. And one disconnect, obviously, is the university and community nexus. How do we deal with that? What was really interesting in the recent UCT crisis that occurred around governance and leadership, as we were constantly bombarded with stats on excellence and how well the institution was doing, without getting into the fundamentals of what was going on in the institution. And I think Liz Langer makes an important point here, that she says we often focus a lot on the academic curriculum, which I'll just conclude with. I think we spend a lot of time, I don't know how far we've got, but certainly the issue of decolonization, curriculum change is on the agenda, but we ignore what she refers to as the institutional curriculum. And somehow those two aspects need to come together. And finally, on what we can do, I think the COVID times has been really interesting. And on Friday, or the Friday before, we had an interesting seminar on pedagogy and wellness and the wellness of academics and students. And I think the COVID time has provided, in a totally unexpected way, opportunities of how we can look at pedagogy and pedagogical practices differently. Can students be co-creators in terms of the curriculum? Can we change these relationships of power, knowledge, and authority and disempowerment to move to empowerment? What about, very, very importantly, has come up, can we be excellent at being caring and empathetic institutions, as well as, producing output and publications? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Daniela. Sorry, Shireen, thank you so much. We'll hear from Daniela, who had raised the point on excellence. I know it has been tackled by a few other speakers already. So, Daniela, are there new ways to look at excellence? Are there different ways to look at excellence in your disputation?
Thank you. I know that Andre, in my discussions with him, is always much more optimistic than I am about what the university could look like. I suppose, the simple answer would be the revolution, disrupting, the economic infrastructure of the system we're working within in order to change the terms of engagement. That's always my first kind of thought. But I also know that when South Africa was negotiating its transition to democracy, we came up against, in the white paper, we came up against the question of local relevance and global excellence. And how can we undertake the public good? How can we undertake becoming institutions for the public good that are socially, contextually relevant, challenging the status quo, rather than simply slotting into, the machine? And the white paper says that we have a formidable challenge of integrating higher education into the competitive arena of international production and simultaneously reconstructing domestic social and economic relations that were shaped by apartheid. So we've never been blind to the conflicting or contradicting demands of our role in higher education. And I think what we're highlighting is that the quest for international legitimacy has completely overtaken perhaps the search for relevance and the public good, although these are also contested terms. And perhaps what we can strive towards is seeking a balance that is able to hold, both of these competing demands, so that our institutions can be viable and also be working for the good of the society that we're in.
For that amazing response. I was just thinking about what Shireen also said earlier, if we can be excellent at empathy, excellent at caring, and I'm wondering, often when we put new measures of excellence, then they become new ways to compete. But I wonder if competing for a thing such as care and empathy would still hold the care and empathy in it. But it's a very interesting disputation there, and something to think about. There's one more question left, and I think that will actually go likely to somebody from the network, maybe Michael or Andre, on the question of at what point are we going to propel the ideals of the network? At what point would we know that we are there to propel this? A quick response to that. Yes, we're going to have a round of 2 questions, and then, or will you come back with that? Okay.
But we only need like 2 questions because
okay.
We have saved now a bit of time. It would be lovely if we can stay
afloat.
Okay?
Yes.
Because we have a long day.
Okay. All right, 2 questions. 1 question here, and and it's more questions.
Okay. It's on. Okay, so I've been hearing about academic politics, and the concept behind it is something that I can definitely discuss because I am a student at the Nelson Mandela University. I've been hearing great minds, and I just wanted to add on, like the younger mind of what is going on in this topic. I'm originally from the DRC, and I have friends from Nigeria, Sudan, America, Sweden, and we all come here because we have this whole idea that, like universities is where great minds meet, and we create, we build, and we try to better the communities, try to better the countries, just trying to better the world. But then we come here, and then there is so much discrimination because of not only your color, but because of where you're now coming from. So in the academic political side, you have these great minds that can't participate in certain activities or be in certain groups of, speaking, collecting ideas, doing research, because now you are now classified in a certain box because there's a bigger political agenda behind university institutions. How can we break that chain?
Very good question. Very good question. Yes, we'll have the 2, and that will be it.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. This goes to Su Ming. I think one of the things Marcuse had talked about was that technology is an ideology that creates a culture of needs. And I think Sumain had talked about the fact that she did talk about the distinction blurring between true and false needs and our human needs. So my question is, from a critical lens perspective and also from ACUSAfrica perspective, how do we create a new culture of need that will ignite the challenge for us to Africanize the knowledge production and structures, and also that relates to the reality of our higher institutions, and not just that, but also helping to solve our unique and peculiar problems?
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful question. And finally, short.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to ask something. You know, the first disputer stressed the issue of decolonizing. Now, and when she was trying to respond, she was stressing higher education being the driver. So when we need decolonization or decolonization of our attitude, mind, but then the first disputer is stressing that has to be done with higher education. And my question is, how successful can we be if we put emphasis on higher education and not the entire education system? Because higher education may not do wonders if you have problems at the preceding levels. So the moment you stress one level, and yet this is a problem which needs a lot of entrenching certain values right from the start of the education system. So my bother is still, how successful can higher education be in helping to decolonize our mind and our attitude so as to enhance solidarity in this techno-rational era? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hilary. Okay, so Su Ming, I think you have the most questions. Please take it away.
Okay, so the first question on, I think it relates to Shireen's discussion, really, about institutional change and the hidden institutional curriculum, which is not changing even as we're changing the academic curriculum. So how can we break the chains? I think by at that institutional level, by looking at, you know, what are the hidden curriculum of the institution. But also it means, you know, striving against some of those other commonplaces, you know, about nation, about race, about borders, about nationality and citizenship, because a lot of the discrimination, the practical problems of discrimination concern costs, fees, immigration restrictions, residential restrictions. And these are practical issues that hugely affect people's lives and play out various forms of discrimination, national discrimination, racial discrimination, sexist discrimination, homophobic discrimination at the institutional level. So I think it's really about transforming our institutions to be genuinely undertaking their responsibilities to end discrimination, to bring about more equitable relationships, and not just to do it in a tokenistic way by, you know, having some sort of diversity marketing, but actually thinking about how the institution is complicit and also profits from various forms of discrimination, such as international fees, really expensive accommodation, lack of supports for students, especially international students. So those contributions from the colleagues in critical internationalization studies and ethical internationalization studies are important as starting points, because that's where the other comes in within our borders and within our institutions. So that's my first response to the first questioner. The second one on technology being an ideology and creating true versus false needs, and how could we develop a new culture of needs that gets us beyond the fake needs and more towards real needs. And it's like changing any culture. First, we need new language. And then that language has to become common. So I think we need new language of needs. And I mean, I work in development studies too, and we've been working on this problem for several generations now. How do we redefine needs beyond just economic production and instrumental treatment of human beings? And, you know, personally, I'm trying to learn more about the human development and capabilities perspective that would think more broadly about what is it that humans need to flourish, to live together, to become the kinds of beings and do the kinds of doing capabilities approaches, for me at least, a productive and generative set of conversations and discussions on how do we get beyond true and the false needs of techno-rationality. And it's always back to the same non-instrumental reasoning that human beings are to be dignified and to be loved and to be respected. They're not to be used. And that is the kind of main moral compass of that humanistic approach. So yeah, that's a provisional answer to that. And the last question about decolonization of higher education, it comes back to the somethings rather than the nothings. That decolonization should not be only about form and formal disavowal of a political status. It has to be about content. And it's something that relates to what's inside institutions and also more broadly. And I think it relates to revaluing the somethings. So decolonizing the curriculum is important because the curriculum is always about something. Curricula are always about maths or botany or music or ethics or economics. And it's within these somethings that we have the potential to think about freedom and responsibility and what would be emancipatory and what is it that we are responsible for. So those are my three provisional answers to those questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Su Ming. And then there was the last question on should we concentrate on the higher education space when problems also emerge in other education spaces? Daniela or Shireen, is any of you up for that? Or will it be part of the wrap-up from...
education system? I'm not sure. I don't know enough about, in detail about the Pan-African context, but the way in which education as a whole is siloed, between education and training, primary, higher ed, and post-school education is certainly one of the biggest flaws or fault lines in our education system. And simply, for example, we don't have an effective post-school education system, which means large number of young people are not in education, training, or employment. So I think the person who spoke is...
It's also one thing to have these conversations and another to have these conversations with people who have the power to make the changes. So thank you very much for the responses, and I would like to invite you to... Daniela, would you like to have any final remarks? Max?
Thanks. I think, like, as a, I suppose, a general comment, higher education is always one institution among many in a society, and we have to look at, I suppose, the larger values of whatever system we're working in, how higher education fits into that, how education as a whole fits into that, what we're educating for, who we're educating, who's doing the educating, what we're teaching, and think through all of these like enormous topics in the context of historical inequity, the ways that South Africa, our particular context, has been shaped, and where we're trying to get to. So, like Shireen said, higher education often maybe isn't perfectly aligned with other aspects of other social concerns, and maybe if we think through some of the bigger questions about where higher education fits in education and what its role is in our society, then we can come up with more fruitful ways of answering these questions. Of course, I don't have a clear answer, but those are my thoughts about what's been said in that regard.
Thank you, Daniela. And Prof. Kiet, please take the floor.
Joe, we're coming along now for a few years. The question around the network, and we also just have to double check that we are not dropping some of the questions in the chat, is a very straightforward one. The one is that we have to co-travel this journey. This is part of the network, family building projects. And, for us as conveners, we never had like these big grandiose ideas in mind, but simply trying to build solidaristic relationships, across our different parts of our continent, and see, what contributions we can make with regard to unburdening the emancipatory potential of higher education institutions. That's the broader sense of where we would like to go. But in the context of this discussion, a university is never just simply a university, monolithically speaking. I think that the key question that Shireen raised earlier around the complexities of meanings is precisely our responsibility to acknowledge different types of universities within a university. You have emancipatory impulses, you have preservationist impulses, you have reproductive impulses, you have all kinds of spaces within the university. Some people refer to that as holding spaces, others fires on the margins. But it is true that the university, at the same time that it resists its own transformation, there are people and pockets within university that, of course, rebel and work against those as well. One has to acknowledge all those different sets of complexities, within single institutions and within sectors. I am so sure that if you want to do a proper audit of knowledge with regard to the decolonial track in South Africa, you would probably get to a massive library in terms of what scholars have already been doing, over the past decade and so. So whilst we, have huge concern about, what universities can do, and its more reproductive impulses or non-transformative impulses, we also have to acknowledge the fact that there are many, transformative spaces within universities, not only in our country, but our continent and, of course, across the globe as well. Just as part of that challenge around the complexities of meanings that Shireen asked us to focus on earlier in this session. So thanks for this, Joe.
Thank you, Andre. Always interesting how you mix us up with these responses. But colleagues, I hope you'll appreciate with me the contributions of the network, the contributions of the speakers we've had, Suming, Shireen, and Daniela. Please join me to just thank them, give them the warmth all the way from here at the North Campus. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to invite Jenny to do the housekeeping and tell us what we're having for lunch.
Thanks so much, Joe, and also just to add my thanks so much to the speakers today. It was an absolutely fantastic opening to this colloquium and the themes we want to explore over the next 3 days. Just from my side, so lunch will be now until 1:45. If by 1:45 everyone could be back for lunch, it's a surprise. Hopefully it's a good surprise. And then just a couple of other things. Load shedding for today is scheduled for 4 o'clock in the evening until 6:30. There is a generator which will switch on, but there's probably going to be about 2 to 5 minutes of lights out and about 15 minutes where the Wi-Fi will probably be down, but after that it'll come up. So for the second session today, we're going to aim to finish on time so we don't hit the load shedding with all the tech, because, yeah, I don't need that in my life right now. And then lastly, the gap between 4 and 6, between the day sessions and the evening session, there will be time for people to have bilateral meetings if they want, to do whatever. It's like free time. I will do a walking campus tour for about an hour. If anyone's interested, I think we can meet at the front of the venue at 4:20 after everyone sort of had tea or whatever, and we can go for a walk and come back by 5:20. There are some books outside if anyone wants to page through. Yeah, I think that's all the housekeeping, Andre.
Yeah, and the exhibition is not here.
There will be an exhibition in the foyer, but I think that might only be up tomorrow, so look forward to that for then. Yes, so thanks very much. Enjoy lunch and see you back here afterwards. Thanks.
an open discussion. So Professor Primesh Lalu is a researcher and founding director of the Center for Humanities Research at the University of the Western Cape. Over to you, Prof.
Fortunate. Thank you very, very much. And to Andre, Michael, Dina, and to all of you who have supported my arrival in Abeja. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So I've been asked to do many things in my life, keynotes, this, that, lectures. I'm not sure why, but I've never been asked to be a provocateur or to offer provocation. So I asked my 21-year-old daughter, and she said, well, why don't you just do what you do to me? Just shout at them. So I'm not going to do that. Some of the thoughts that I'm trying to put together for this provocation is drawn from a recent book. So I'm going to use this as a cheap advertising gimmick as well. A book that's just come out called Undoing Apartheid. And interestingly enough, it connects very well with the previous speaker because it actually has Seamus Heaney's The Cure at Troy as its standard kind of reference, the gift that was given to Nelson Mandela in 1990, and tries to probe what was the education coming out of the generation of 1985 that would live up to the promise of freedom and liberation that had become the major debate in the 1980s for the students who had walked out of apartheid schooling. So bear with me as I try to piece together threads of a fairly long, extended argument in the hope that I might put forward how we think about the question, firstly, of the Techno-Rational University and how we might constitute a space to rethink the question of the common good from the vantage point of the modern university. What truly lies behind our concern about the Techno-Rational University? And why are we to be concerned about the way it impinges on the ideals of the common good? If there's an anxiety that underwrites the coupling of the Techno-Rational University and the ideal of the common good in the title of this session, it is surely that something has come apart in the meaning of the modern university. Perhaps it is that the Techno-Rational University has run its course and has been revealed to have aided and abetted the emergence of an unfortunate predicament of a planetary crisis in which political contests over energy, food, and other resources of human existence are perilously under threat. In Africa, this impasse of the university now takes on various forms in the concerns about the effects of decades of structural adjustment on higher education that Teresa Cruz de Silva spelled out in her CODESRA presidential address in 2011, in concerns about the creep of managerialism in higher education, and more capaciously, in the concern about the neoliberalization of higher education. Place alongside these the consequences of decades of colonial rule and stalled post-colonial transitions, and we have a dwindling of the commitments to the public good in the growing instrumentalization of the university in Africa. The situation is not unexpected in an environment where national states now seek a way out of the impasse of faltering development projects by way of a technological great leap forward. The more one casts one's eye over the emergence of a post-colonial intellectual tradition in Africa, the more it seems that we have been here before. And indeed we have. If we take the effort to glance back to the beginning of the 20th century, to the decades following the First World War and the aftermath of the 1918 Spanish flu epidemic, we will find in the rising tide of anti-colonial intellectual ferment a deep anxiety about Africa in the world. As a first generation of intellectuals of the Black Atlantic reflected on the belief that the pursuits of education would lead them out of the morass of the racial remains of slavery and colonialism, they realized that a new vista of race was opening up before them. Many of them panicked at the speed of an approaching catastrophe that threatened to engulf Africans in a perpetual cycle of servitude, this time propelled by new mechanisms of communication technologies and the techniques of population control that would pave the way for urbanized forms of labor. The panic arose as traditional civilization concepts of race were replaced by a technologically charged idea of race. This was a period that Donna Jones, the African-American scholar, describes as constituted by the racial discourses of life philosophy. For Jones, the burden of racial discourses in life philosophy fell to Africans, leaving intellectuals of the Black Atlantic scurrying to uphold their commitments to humanism while guarding against the virulent reinvention of race that threatened to surrender African life to a mere form of mechanized existence. Two examples from the archive of African thought helps to support the claim I am making about the reinvention of race at the turn of the 20th century. The first is A.M. Césaire, who rather optimistically believed that Africa's putative failure in technology revealed a superior epistemology that had persisted beyond the rationalization of the slaughter of the Great War in Europe. In other words, Césaire was saying that the underdevelopment of Africa may have been its saving grace as Europe went to the slaughter, because Africans could hold on to a concept of humanism that it had been fighting colonialism with, that had been instrumental, to use a better word, that had been critical in its fight against colonialism. And Césaire thought that there was the possibility created by this decline of Europe's very existence for Africa to emerge as a forceful intellectual claim in the modern world, and that he believed that somehow a concept of humanism that had been brewing in Africa amongst its intellectuals, amongst its populations that struggled against colonialism, could be mobilized to that effect. The second example from the archive of African thought is the Nigerian literary theorist Abiola Irele and his book, The African Imagination, which argues that movements such as negritude provided a poetic form to realign sense and perception that had been de-linked by the pseudo-scientific orthodoxy flowing from colonial and industrial expansion. So Césaire, on the one hand, optimistic, and Irele trying to think a little bit ahead about what this reserve capacity of Africa would bring about in the altering of the question of knowledge in our times. But both saw race as a recurring problem for post-colonial Africa and its programs of modernization. In other words, they were beginning to anticipate the uncanny returns of this question of race that had been the remains of slavery, were now the remains of colonialism, and that persisted and returned in more virulent and more damaging and catastrophic forms with time. The question then, as now, is how do we escape this circular causality where race increasingly signals the threat of ongoing civil war, and where it returns with increasing virulence with the onset of newer forms of technological instruments? The answer lies in a problem that only becomes available, I want to argue, with the end of apartheid, where the true meaning of techno-rationality emerges in the light of day to offer us a glimpse of the power exercised in the name of race. Beyond the violence perpetrated in the name of apartheid over more than 40 years, Césaire and Irele helped to link the problem of race to technology in ways that anticipated an undetected current of race running through the biopolitics of apartheid. This was a form of race that came to be known as petty apartheid, one that may better be understood as an apartheid of the everyday, in contrast to the ideological ambitions expressed through the idea of grand apartheid. So the claim I'm making here is that unlike our common sense perception of apartheid as one thing, apartheid was experienced twice, not once. It was experienced as grand apartheid, and it was experienced as petty apartheid. An apartheid of great structural formation, and an apartheid of the everyday, almost interminable, suffered almost uneventfully. It was a banal, near, as I said earlier, uneventful form of apartheid, one that was named petty apartheid because it conveyed a sense of being seemingly inconsequential. In the end, it proved to be so virulent in its force that it now threatens the very promise of post-apartheid freedom. This was a version of race that was rationalized by a university discourse over a period of 200 years, forged in the crucible of the abolition of slavery in 1834 and the onset of the Industrial Revolution. Also a symptom of this techno-rational tendency is a point that was raised in the earlier discussion today of how irrational the university has become. So looking back on how this concept of race traveled through various permutations, we discover that its entry and its depositing into the university as an object for university inquiry shows up as particularly irrational in various stages of its emergence. When refracted through the experience of apartheid, the techno-rational university presents an image of a theater of the absurd. In fact, it comes close to what Alfred Jarry, the early 20th century playwright, called the science of impossible solutions, or more simply, pataphysics. He invented a science called pataphysics as a science of impossible solutions. It is an institution set up for inevitable collisions between humans and the instrumentalities spiraling out of control. If you want one example, consider a case in a South African university where after writing a single-authored monograph, an academic found herself demoted for no apparent reason, possibly because the text refused the expectation to abide by a political tactic of a senior administrator, or perhaps even because a single-authored monograph showed a lack of appreciation for collaborative work. So it's a rationality that acts against itself through irrational means. The peculiar global problem of race, I will argue, has brought the university, driven by techno-rational impulses, to its knees. And as the absurdity of the university attests, the configuration of race that gained ascendancy replicated its most absurd expression in the idea of petty apartheid in South Africa, which unfortunately, like a Trojan horse, harbors the discrete compulsion towards endless and perpetual civil war. Effectively, as the techno-rational university produces ever-increasing collisions, and as it comes apart, it threatens to produce the conditions for ever more acute forms of race war. The only way out of this crumbling infrastructure is to produce new possibilities out of this reality. In other words, to inhabit this reality in a more purposeful and conscious way. I suggest we proceed by taking our cue from Césaire and Irele. Both saw how in the early 20th century, race came to resemble mechanized forms of life in which Africans were conscripted to a condition of immaterial labor. This objectification was not merely a result of the ascendancy of the commodity form, as was the case in Europe, but of a disciplinary nexus of race and labor in which African subjectivity was ensnared. They were not wrong, of course. The new, as we have learned from decades of stalled decolonial projects, of failed and betrayed revolutions, and the exasperation caused by the development of underdevelopment, will not emerge from merely remaking subjectivity out of the fetters of the old. This does not mean that we should not attend to the question of subjectivity, only that it is not sufficient in thinking our way out of and beyond the limits and constraints of what we inherit as the violence of slavery, colonialism, and in the case of South Africa, apartheid. This is perhaps what lay at the core of Fanon's cautions about negritude. Fanon, you know, in that essay on national consciousness, takes his time to explain what the pitfalls of national consciousness look like. And he's speaking very directly to Senghor and others to say that to merely parade around your cultural resources is not going to make colonialism blush with shame. You'll remember that beautiful formulation, that something more will need to be done, something additional, something more courageous will need to be done to outwit colonialism in its game of trickery and mastery. What is needed is a new possibility for the university to track the epistemic forms of techno-rationalism, out of which a discrete, modern, intractable, and technologically driven concept of race emerged in the service of global capitalism, and to exceed this wretched script. In other words, to find an exit from the impasse that is posited by the inheritance of accumulations of oppressive conditions. You know, there's a famous quote that famous piece from Benjamin, which talks about how time never passes, it accumulates, it hardens. And in some sense, Africa has experienced that mode of repetition of time, which has led to an accretion of its kind of oppressive conditions. So what we're seeing here are not new modes of oppression. We're seeing accretions of oppression, psychic conditions that can no longer hold against the despair that is foisted upon people. And I'm suggesting that the university has an unbelievably important responsibility now to think the epistemic conditions that have created, that have forged that impasse and conundrum. So the sources of techno-rationalism, and I want to just delve a little bit into the cavernous belly of the university, if you like, and just pull out some strands of what I think are the elements of this discovery that we might have to engage with if we are to find our way out of the scripts that we inherit. The sources of techno-rationalism will prove crucial for the university oriented towards the new. This will be especially important if we are to find the roots of a modern thinking of race that is a residual trace of techno-rationalism in the university and increasingly attached to new expanded technological instruments. So every time there's been a revolution in technology, what has returned to Africa is an idea of race, a hardening form of race. Whether you take the Industrial Revolution or you take the second Industrial Revolution in the early 1900s, where you had an expansion in instruments of communication and control, or the digital technology that we live in now. What we find in each of those instances is a form of race that marks Africa, that presents it as the condition by which it is related into the world and into the kind of planetary in a more general sense. So, such an exploration may need to return to the scientific revolution in physics and astronomy on the cusp of the abolition of slavery in the Caribbean and the Cape Colony in 1834. And I apologize for this. I know we all became humanists and social scientists because we were useless at maths and that we tried to avoid the science department and so on. Unfortunately, that no one told you that now you're going to have to go back there, you know. You're going to have to go back to those moments because a large part of the human condition was actually shifted and organized and oriented in that moment through these disciplines that emerged at the end of slavery. Here it will find a complex negotiation between the state and a bourgeois public sphere that made science available to empire at the expense of the slave. If we read widely enough, we will also find in the writings of Marx and Goethe a growing concern about the slide of the human into mechanized forms of life, in which the racial remains of slavery took on new meaning. In other words, where the European proletariat was beginning to look more and more like the slaves that had preceded. Marx writes, when he talks about wage slavery, for example, on why he chooses the signifier slavery to talk about proletarians in Europe, because he sees this descent into a hellhole of mechanized life. If you want an image of this, think about Charlie Chaplin, Modern Times, and you have this man being caught up in the machine and taken, he's on an assembly line, and suddenly you can't distinguish where the human is in relation to the machine. So, what we need to come to terms with is the way in which successive forms of technological change produce the human in particularly vulnerable and precarious forms. But most importantly, if we were to proceed along these lines, we will also stumble on a revised method of the university. And this method was called the consilience of inductions. It accompanied the birth of inductive sciences, and it is a process where evidence literally jumps from one field to another to produce a surprise synthesis. Thus, a theory of evolutionary biology could be developed through the hypothesis sustaining cause and effect in the physical sciences. Put it more simply and anecdotally, in 1834, one of the leading physicists from Europe, from Britain, John Herschel, arrives at the Cape. That's why in Cape, for those of you who know Cape Town, there's a place called Observatory. It was to map the southern skies. And on that visit, John Herschel had just written a book called Preliminary Discourse on the Study of Natural Philosophy. On that visit, Charles Darwin arrives in 1836. This is on the eve of Afrikaner exodus from the Cape, what they call the Great Trek in the kind of fictions of Afrikanerdom. But it is also the moment of a huge shift in the way in which colonial society is beginning to kind of unfold. And so Herschel and Darwin have this exchange, and Darwin's on the origin of species is dedicated to the greatest living philosopher of his time. My suspicion is that that greatest living philosopher in his time is John Herschel. And that what happened was that knowledge of physics became the basis of an evolutionary science. You can't see evolution. There's no way you can observe evolution. But with the help of physics, you could take the hypothesis over into biology and make the claim if it was repeated sufficiently over several species. So the consilience of inductions was the great discovery of the 1800s. This is why the science faculties in our universities are, we talk of them as hegemonic and dominant. They have a method that allows them to speak across disciplines. The biologists can speak to the physicists, the astronomers can speak. They have a language that they share. And that language was formed through this notion of the consilience of induction. And it's important for what I want to say and present to you as a proposition. So if anything, this revised method in the physical sciences opened the space, unfortunately, for mythic constructions of race in particular to contest the dominance of reason by extending science to the state and public sphere. So what I'm saying is that effectively what happened as science decided to broaden its horizon, to become more public, ideas of race filtered back into the university through the back door, and new mythic forms of race took hold to the point where these were captured within the kind of modalities of reason. So I'm going to draw this to a close, and I want to make a few points. So perhaps most consequential result of the scientific revolution of 1800s was the discovery of the law of thermodynamics. An emerging dispensation on energy refocused the attention of the university on the future of the human as a species. As I suggest in the book that I've written, the question of the human and its energy sources found expression in debates about the metabolic rift in Marx and Engels, the human as perfect machine in Sergei Podolinsky, and energetic loops of active sensing by Wilhelm Wundt. Now, this name is important in South Africa because apartheid, I've argued, settled on the latter through the connections established between the rise of experimental psychology in the early 1900s in both South Africa and Germany, the period that also saw the rise of what Donna Jones calls life philosophy. The main result here was a delinking of sense and perception. So I want to call apartheid, petty apartheid, a sensory order, because what it did was it interfered in the everyday to disrupt the link between sense, what you observe, what you feel, what you hear, what you touch, and the perception. And what it did was to redirect that sense through these experiments into machines that translated into a concept of race. So if repeated, you'll get a notion of race, which is why we say, why is it so intractable? Why do people not understand that this is just a fiction? It is because it has already been constituted through a technique of control. So the scene was set then for what might be called a sensory order that breached the psychic structure to manipulate populations. If these are some of the elements of the Techno-Rational University, we should help it along the course of self-destruction. But in the process, we need to guard against the threat of race war in the impending demise of techno-rationalism. The possibilities for the possibilities to think this reality again requires us to exceed the scripts of race in the university through a new form of consilience that aligns sense and perception. In other words, the work of the university now is not to delink sense and perception, but to find in the humanities and the social sciences a new linking of sense and perception. This is a university that proceeds with an aesthetic education. In other words, the university of the future in Africa must bring to bear its great intellectuals, writers, artists, performers, its musicians, its jazz musicians, to show us how to reorchestrate a relationship between sense and perception, to learn from the everyday, to engage in a process of learning to learn, and to constitute the university in relation to this new form of consilience. The danger we face is that we live in a world where power imitates life and life imitates power. That if we do not intervene in this moment, we will slide into a form of mechanized life, and we will slide into ever-increasing forms of race war. And we're already beginning to see this happen as the kind of rising tide of nationalism grips the imagination of populations across the world. So I'm suggesting that we have a window of opportunity here, and that the African University might begin the process of a form of consilience that has hitherto not been seen before. So my final point then, my plea, is that this university that we are calling for is one that proceeds with an aesthetic education, if only so that the university may come to function in the interests of the common good. I'll stop there. I've got 5 minutes. Oh, I can go on. I won't.
Thank you to Professor Primesh Lalu for that wonderful provocation. Okay. So we will move to the 4 disputers. So we have 2 who are joining us virtually and 2 who are present with us. Maybe they can come forward to join Primesh in front.
In reality.
So our first disputer is Dr. Sharon Stein, who's joining us virtually, all the way from Canada. And it's in the early hours. I think it's just after 5 a.m. I'll introduce Dr. Sharon Stein. So Dr. Sharon Stein is an assistant professor in the Department of Educational Studies at the University of British Columbia, Canada. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you. Commonly understood that the origins of the public university is the 19th century Land Grant Act, which was in fact funded through the expropriation of indigenous lands for the benefit of white settler students as an ongoing process rather than a static definition or thing we can sort of wrap our hands around. So that's my contribution for today.
So we're going to move to our second disputer, Dr. Bruce Demons. He's the director of the Engagement Office here at Nelson Mandela University. So it's yours.
How are you doing, Mania?
I'm doing well, Pancho, and yourself?
I'm awesome. Okay. Just want to put your show on the road.
Sure. Do I move it myself?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you so much for the opportunity to share some thoughts. And I'm so glad Sharon picked up on the common good theme as it relates to which the colloquium speaks of techno-rational times, but I think complex historical and contemporary challenges that we are busy, that we find ourselves in, not only as a university, but as society. And so I'm going to blame Masipiwe now for doing this, Prof. Andre. I'm going to flip my presentation, Masipiwe. And I am going to present a case study. In my previous life, I was a teacher in a primary school. And there's been fantastic theories exchanged around how the possibilities of what we can do. So what I want to offer is an exploration and a demonstration as Nelson Mandela of what the possibilities could look like in trying to insert alternative approaches and narratives to think about our work. And this will also be a self-reflexive moment to think about the work and the way we're trying to explore our work. So I see in my note here, it's terrible listening to speakers before, and I can just show you I had it all neatly, and then all these ideas were fantastic and writing across. So please blame the previous panel and and my fellow panelists as well. So the first exploration is just the idea of the language, the question of the language and the language we use as a university. And is that an opportunity for entry? Okay, or does it become an obstacle for entry? I will then use my particular mandate, the engagement mandate, because the engagement mandate is to reimagine how we could do things differently in the space and put the initial proposition that we have on how we think we could do it differently. Then I will reflect around the emerging lessons in trying to do this work in this way. And then finally, I will then end by focusing on 3 key principles and values which we think are important, that we need to hold dear as we do this exploration. So you got your theory, don't expect any theories. All the et als were before me, as one of my co-researchers once said in my PhD. What are all these et als that you're always talking about when we're trying to finalize? And then the key intention is to be provocative as well, so that in your engagement with helping us think how we reimagine our engagement processes, that you complement the emerging learning that's happening with a broad range of stakeholders, which are both internal and external. I make the argument, and I think from the first session as well, and this was a Google search, okay? If you look at the visions and missions of the various universities on the continent, strong emphasis, focus on society and humanity and being responsive to some of the wicked challenges, to be responsive to some of the wicked challenges faced by society. The question here is, how is this demonstrated, not only in the architecture, but in the way we are doing things? I think that was part of the first session. People were wondering, so how are we actually experiencing what we'd like to experience through the critical university studies? So this is our offering, and this is the self-reflexive analysis. So it's first the recognition, thank you. It's first the recognition that there are a number of approaches to this work in the particular space, acknowledging those approaches, but then also becoming brave enough, I think Shireen Motalas, when she said, what happened to our political activism, to start inserting alternatives into the present narratives. And our insertion in the present narrative is to offer a converged engagement approach that seems different to the traditional stakeholder engagement and community engagement that tends to be more of a charitable nature. And so we've been having a series of iterations thinking about it, engaging across the various spaces as well. And these are some of the key learnings, challenges that have emerged. And it will be good to get some feedback on your thoughts around some of these challenges. The first one is that it's complex, it's not neutral. It's ideological, methodological, philosophically contested. And there is a need for deconstruction and reconstruction, both of praxis and systems. Because some of the challenges we experience is that we feel sometimes we're progressive in some of the alternatives we're offering, but then you go up against some of the bureaucratic systemic challenges that are not fit for the purpose that we are intending to explore. I mentioned that it's not neutral. How much grace, we spoke of values, how much grace are we prepared to offer in this process? Because we work with a spectrum of people, or as a colleague said, on a continuum. The one spectrum, we have colleagues that say there's no way that the university can ever change society or be part of really reimagining what a society for the common good could look like, because there's too much vested interest in the architecture. On the other side of the spectrum, you have colleagues that believe that the development of a physics app could have a significant impact on the socio-economic challenges of our community. And it's within that spectrum, I think, that the notion of grace came up. And even with our communities, our external communities, that if we are in the process of reimagining and we are committed to a process, how much grace are we prepared to afford one another so that that learning, I think you mentioned the Pramesh, learning by learning. Learning to learn takes place while we're doing the work in bringing about change. And so we argue for a form of what my one colleague states as a cultural facilitation, that requires us to carefully navigate this, because as Freya says, the oppressor has to be freed as well, not only the oppressed. How do we facilitate it in a way that does not present a Codesa moment, but presents a response to some of these contemporary challenges faced by our communities? We also, the other lessons that we're learning is that it is time-consuming. Not time-consuming, it takes time. I correct myself, language is important. It takes time. And when we look at the outputs that are required, do we have enough time to do the work the way we'd like to do it? We also spoke about the intersectionality of the work, the opportunity of speaking across the different disciplines and sciences and moving away from the notion of thinking of the natural sciences as the only science in the space. How do we converge in ways that allows the language to speak to one another? Then, the second is when we speak of the common good, whose common good and for what purpose? Who defines the common good? And so the argument that especially our community participants insist on is that clarification has to start. We want to be there from the idea until the implementation. Don't come with the idea and then tell us this is our problem and this is what we need to fix. How are you prepared to sit? Because sometimes you might go in with what you might think is one problem, and as you engage with community members, you find that that is not actually the problem. Are we flexible enough then as institutions then to move to respond to the actual challenges of our communities? And then the final thought is, what is work? And I think this is where it becomes complex, because part of our work is really being immersed in authentic conversation towards relationship building in order to develop solidarities to respond to these challenges. But if you look at if you should look at your your job profile, Jenny, do we allocate time for conversation, for talking, for real thinking, for deep, immersed thought around the very phenomena that we should be working together, co-constructing responses to deal with these various challenges. So, as an office, we offer the following three principles, values for consideration as we start thinking of moving beyond just the languaging, because I'm sure no one will dispute that most of the languaging is excellent and speaks to change. The first proposition is around space and how we engage, and Sharon spoke about that. So we are saying that we should converge in the convergence of multi-stakeholders communities should be a conscious effort of drawing together both internal and external stakeholders to unlock the knowledge and praxis that enable us to better engage on grander issues that affect our society. The drawing together of these stakeholder communities recognizes the voice agency of all those involved in the engagement, which forms a vital element of a humanizing pedagogy. So the drawing together, and yeah, and I think it was Terry was saying, is across multiple virtual. So I was wondering, is that a community? When we think of techno-rational, how do we think about it? So what are the key elements of the space and when we engage? The second one is, what do we have to offer when we engage in this particular way? And we then speak of the notion of reciprocity, which we define as the exchanging of co-created knowledge and resources through the principles of generosity, solidarity, co-creation, responsiveness, and inclusion for the mutual benefit of all the stakeholders involved in the process. Because the principle here around a humanizing engagement is that everyone has something to offer. How do we make sure that all those offerings are recognized as meaningful contribution towards responding to whatever challenge we are responding to? And then the final principle is that the recognition of multiple forms of output. And we say this output, these multiple forms of output, is best gained in practice. While we're actually doing and experimenting with these modalities, it will inform it will allow for a deeper informing on the scholarship of engagement itself that is meaningful not only to the institution but to the very communities that we serve. So the outputs we regard from the curriculum in support of the students, getting them involved in more engaged work as it relates to service to society, to scholarly outputs that can serve, that can contribute towards the greater discourses around engagement. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Bruce Damons. So we're going to move to the third speaker, who's joining us virtually. Professor Crane Sudin is an honorary professor at Nelson Mandela University, an emeritus professor of education and African studies at the University of Cape Town, and an adjunct professor at CPUT. Over to you, Prof.
Hello, Chair. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are audible. You muted yourself again. You muted yourself again, Prof. Still muted.
It doesn't say muted here on my end. Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, okay. All right, no, thanks. Please just indicate to me if you can't hear me. So what I'm going to do is to perform the role as a dispute. I'm reading the word, so I'm going to dispute a little bit here, colleagues. And my dispute here, and it'll be brief, is essentially that I'd like us to step back a little bit from the modernization and the over-determinedness which I think we are bringing to this discussion. So the substance of what I want to say is that I'd like to begin with a proposition that the university, and this is where I think Sharon left off, is structurally always in constant tension and contradiction. So contradiction is a characteristic feature of what the university are. And the danger, and this is my dispute offering here, is that I think that we are essentializing the university when we approach it and analyze it through only those outwardly dominant features which now come to represent the university. In other words, its managerial and commodified form. Now, of course it is that. The university is managerial and it is in a particular phase of its historic development. And the key feature of that historic development, and this is really important for our discussion, is that it has essentially moved away from the idea of publicness. The public good has been sequestered and appropriated in very particular kinds of ways. For students, it's been sequestered towards a kind of privatized form of virtue, which essentially is what propels students into the university. So the university becomes a private good. The publicness, which many of our universities speak of, and I'm very glad that Bruce spoke in the way in which he has here, because this idea of engagement, which many universities around the world have adopted, gives us an idea of those publics which universities are having in mind. And those publics are essentially idealized subjects of modernity, which are particularly characterized by a kind of sense of being fit for market. And this is where our research has essentially gone. And so I'm acknowledging that that's what the university is, and particularly what its dominant narration of itself is. Inside of the university, essential, if you like, and what I call latent vociferousness. In other words, it is constantly multiplying in its diversities. And here's a curiosity, Primesh, because this is fundamentally what quantum physics is all about. I mean, quantum physics has brought us to this point that regularity and the way in which phenomena interact and work cannot be easily contained in the way in which classical physics does. And so it's a curious thing that we are in the hard sciences at this particular point to explain the beginnings of the universe, to explain natural phenomena, the emergence of human life, and we're now having to come to comprehend and deal with the fact that we don't actually understand the complexity of it all. I mean, where quantum physics is right now is to say that we're in the zone of almost impossible probability. There's inevitably going to be resistance to capture, resistance to appropriation, resistance to the ways in which this determinedness seeks to follow what we do. And it's going to be really important to, I think, use this to come to think about what this social space of the university is all about, and how one inserts oneself in that social space. I completely agree with Sharon about the difficulty of coming to a consensual commitment with all of us inside of the university. I don't think we can. I don't think we should. But what we should be doing is taking accountability a whole lot more seriously and recalibrating how accountability works in and amongst us. And it goes towards what you were talking about Bruce. We have to account for our ideas. We have to be able to say where our ideas come from and what the value of those ideas are, and be constantly have to be put to the test around all of that. And that can only arise when we weaken these boundaries between what we call hard sciences and the soft sciences. We need to be brought into a space where we can be constantly arguing with each other. And that argument is going to require that we go back to thinking that philosophy and physics are not separate things. They are a singularity, a single object of inquiry which we have to bring together. And it's in that we come to make arguments for what is in our common good, where we listen to each other and where we begin to come to new imaginaries that we defend, and that we find ways of giving legitimacy to, but also from which we retreat and take back the certainty with which we speak and how we come to argue for ourselves. So yes, so we are now in the space of this metricized, commodified techno-rationality. But we are also in the constant presence, constantly, of other things. And it's how we come to a sense of how all of this is brought into a space of reproduction. I mean, how do you reproduce conflict? How do you reproduce the capacity to be always arguing with each other without violence, without taking each other out? And so that's my 2 cents with colleagues, and I hope that it has made sense. Thanks very much.
Thank you to Prof. Sudin. So we're going to move to our last disputer. Dr. Ntimi Mtawa is a Senior Impact Consultant of Sahara Ventures and a Research Associate at the University of the Free State. The floor is yours.
Wow. First of all, I'm overwhelmed to be disputing my teacher. When I met him, I'm like, oh, he's not aging, eh? Because he's provoking people all the time, so he will never get aged. I mean, we won't take you to old age home. Eh? We'll keep you home. What's a way to be the last disputer after some of your seniors have spoken? What are you going to say? I'm trying to, when I was sitting there, I was trying to reframe my thinking again. Say, what am I going to say there? But then I'll try my best. So I thought I need to start with a question of what are universities for? And for who? That question is always in the literature. What are universities for? And being a historian, Prof, I thought you would periodize universities. And I was saying, why is not periodizing? The historian. You know, I thought you bring in the medieval university. You know, how do they look like? You know, what were the expectation of society from those universities? And then coming to Africa, the Tumbukutu, those pre-colonial, and then post-colonial, and what was the narrative behind, and what was the expectations? And we know for sure that even in the U.S. land-grant university have their own, its role, which they played. It was critical to society. They were established for a purpose. But in Africa, and this question always, me and this, by my colleague Sam, we ask, do we have universities in Africa, or do we have African universities or universities in Africa? That question we always ask ourselves. What do they do? What are they doing? So then when I got the invitation to dispute, and I saw Techno-Rational, what is that? Times, what is that? And I called my friends, what is this concept all about? And we start discussing about it, and then I asked, what are the key features of it? So that I begin to make a sense of them. These times we're talking about, and how do they impact university and the work that universities are doing. Then I say, okay, I really don't want to go too much into those times and begin to theorize them. Let me talk about common good, which is very much contested language. And I like Prof. Sudain the way he framed it. And I won't go far from his talk, because I believe the techno-rational times has made university even more permeable to many pressures which are coming from outside. We know, and in South Africa we often talk about the institutional culture which comes with the legacies and other things, but in other contexts out of South Africa, what's happening there? What are the issues? Unemployment, graduate unemployment is real. You go to Tanzania today, a graduate is a motorbike driver, and that's his or her employment. So those are issues that we need to begin to think about. What's the future of work? Tomorrow a graduate who doesn't know how to use iCloud or Google Doc or e-filing will be irrelevant. So those are techno-rational time I think we begin to think about. But how many people are left behind from the common good point of view? So I will think about these issues and issues of climate change, economic downturn, issue of massification. Who is going to university? At what cost? What do they get out of it? And how common is that? So I thought about not really bothering too much of myself to prepare something that is going to confuse the people here. So I just decided to pose questions. And I like my brother there who was talking about community engagement. I come from a community engagement point of view, and I'll give you this book to read. Not give it to you, but just borrow you to read. Yes. When you talk about community engagement as being one way, a pathway to promoting common good, true, but what kind of community engagement? Because even community engagement has issues of power and privilege. Universities always come from a powerful position, and in the process of engagement, what happened there? Who is powerless? Who makes the most decision? So those are issues that we need to begin to engage with. But the biggest question I'm asking myself is, what is something worthwhile common about university? What is so common about university? What kind of research which is common, which yield outcome or product or value which is common? What kind of pedagogical arrangement which are common? And what are the common elements that can come out of those arrangements? But more importantly, I keep asking myself, should we actually begin to think about or to bring university in this conversation of common good? How do we quantify that common good? How do we know the indicators of it? I know in the morning we talk about caring, empathy. Martha Nussbaum speaks about narrative imagination, issues of affiliation, issues of global citizenship. It's fine, those are very important, but how do we come to that, to promoting those? In the context in which universities are operating today, there's the so-called techno-rational times, which is always put pressures on universities in terms of competitions, of resources, students, but now technology is taking over. COVID-19 has brought a new way of thinking about how do we deliver our teaching, how do we do research. Now, within that context, should we continue to think about common good of university? So I wanted to leave that question to you. But more importantly, Prof. Laro, you can call me Premish. Although I still respect you because you taught me, I won't be too much hard on you. More important, I would want you to tell me more about, even if you're a historian, your sense, because in your talk, you didn't speak much about the commonness, the common good of university. I wanted that to come out from you in terms of what's your take about what's common about university, which extend beyond the boundaries, beyond the walls and the fences of university. What's common and how do we get there? how can it be used to impact someone who is out there, who doesn't have a privilege to have access to university? Thank you so much.
Thank you to our last disputer. I'm sure we are all buzzing with questions after such an insightful provocation and also disputations. So we're going to have an open discussion. So we're going to have 2 rounds, and then we're also going to have questions virtually. So anyone who's asking a question must just state their name and affiliation, and also whom the question is addressed to. So we have roving mics. Okay. Yeah, we can take the first question. Yeah, there's a hand. Yeah. So we've noted one, and also Dr. Hilary and Bongani. Yes, I did say they must state their name and affiliation. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Excited. My name is Ibrahim Bahati, and I'm affiliated, Ibrahim Bahati, and I'm affiliated with everybody in this room. Since morning, I've had Marxism, quantum physics, biology, Darwinism, EDC, and I've had less of African epistemologies, ontological practices we can use where Ubuntu was just given as a reference. And that is a problem. We couldn't appropriate, which is we haven't all known that they are also thieves of knowledge, and we forget that Greece learned from Egypt, which Egypt learned from Kush, and maybe that Maslow learned from the Blackfoot nation, where we begin with self-actualization, community actualization, and that. So this is where I need to know, and Pramesh, this is to you, what African or indigenous methodologies did you look into in your work that you think can absorb what this race war is just going to be? And the other one is, the other question is about this techno-rational, which is happening in the university, which is filled with power dynamics, of course, turning us into economic citizens. And we are not talking about internalized colonialism, which is psychological. Slavia Tamari, in her book, Decolonization and Afrofeminism, says internalized colonialism operates as a software within African academies, creating blind spots of full-scale decolonization or decolonial assault, which gives us half-baked results. So what is the role of the African university in rewiring the mind of the African to reclaim their identity, but also to rethink their place at the global politics? And maybe anyone can be able to answer that. Then finally, and then I will shut up, we are talking about the university as a public good, but we forget the university was put in place as a civilizing mission, not to create intellectuals, but to enforce the rule of the customary law, to habitualize agreement and become economic gullible agents to the motherland, which is Europe. And this has regenerated ways, of course, which are also talking about funding for research in Africa, which is gated by publishing houses and copyrights, or we continue to be contributors of knowledge acting as just footnotes. Also where there are also older men and maybe perhaps few women who are contributors of this knowledge. So how can we be able to decolonize funding to create impact that actually brings us knowledge as also contributors of knowledge? Thanks.
Yes. Yeah, maybe let's respond, because that was and then we'll take another round.
Can I just try? I mean, there's lots of directed to me for good reason. So Abiola Irele is one of Ibadan's probably most important intellectuals. He visited us a few years ago, passed away 2 years ago. But The African Imagination is an absolutely critical book, alongside Pashlele's work on the imagination. The debate on negritude is not over. Suleiman Bashir Jan has written African Art as Philosophy, is an attempt to return us to those questions. So, I could provide you with a reading list of, what it is that I'm interested in, but Irele and Césaire, more or less, were pointing us in the early 1900s to a problem in the question of race that is not an African invention. It is actually a product of a Euro-American episteme. So that the category of race that we inherit, not only in South Africa, but across the length and breadth of this continent, is actually produced through processes of domination and subjection. So the text that I work with in this book is Sidiri Molema's Southeastern Bantu. It was written in 1917, but only got published in 1920 because of the war. And Molema is a medical student in Scotland. And he's reading the entire Western philosophical tradition to look at what speculation is happening on the idea of race in Africa. It's an unbelievable book. When you get to the end of that book, 300 and some odd pages down, you realize, my goodness, he's saying to us that we are being sold a dead dream. And I'm saying to you that, they are, so you're asking me, which African tradition, they are people who are reading in relation to the Euro-American episteme, but beginning to ask us to think very carefully about what it might mean to exit the script, because there's an increasing sense in which a second industrial revolution of communication and control, technologies of communication and control that are taking hold of the African continent in very pronounced way. The end of the story is, of course, God's Bits of Wood, that famous novel about the railway line in West Africa. And you think about railways and you think about the extraction of resources, think about the Congo. We're dealing with a continent that has been deeply scripted by modernity. We are not outside of modernity. No amount, that's Fanon's statement there, no amount of hauling out of your cultural resources is going to make colonialism blush with shame, is an absolutely fundamentally critical thing for us to hold on to now. So we'll have this conversation, because I know, this question is something I'm going to have to field, but I do want to make Europe responsible for the category of race that produced a condition of unbearable, of unlivable life. And that's what I want to do. I don't want Europe to walk away here. And often now, it's big news in Europe. Everyone's decolonizing everything. But the question is, what do we sit with, after reparations and after these debates? So we've got lots of work to do here. The thing that Irele and others point to, and which I find fascinating, is that race is increasingly beginning to rhyme with technology. And there's something about technology, something about the hidden base of technology, the iceberg. And you can't, as humans, we've co-evolved with technology. African societies and African history will tell you this again and again and again. We are co-evolved species in relation to technology. So just a long-winded way of saying, I'm open to the conversation. I don't think that, we must simply say that the African library has not been interested in Europe. The African library is deeply invested in the modernity that it is engaging with and having to respond to. I take so Crane and I will have this conversation, hopefully over a couple of glasses of wine at some point. But I am interested, in the way in which I didn't get to the third term in this technological development, which is cybernetics. Cybernetics is a circular causality. Automated machines. Norbert Wiener invented the term in the same year that apartheid came into existence, 1948. By 1950, he wrote a book called The Human Use of Human Beings, and he said, my God, this machinery is looking like slavery. And the reference to slavery there is the debate I've had with Minolo and Torres and others, that Minolo has a book at the start of his decolonial project, which is Keanu. But if you read your own literature, 1976, the debate between where Harold Walpe and Martin Legassic write an essay in the Review of African Political Economy, they say that apartheid cannot be reduced to the question that Keanu is raising of decoloniality, because capital has intruded in ways that have shifted the field. So that's why I'm saying partition. So I asked Minolo when we were in charge, I said, what would happen if you started the decolonial argument with a text of slavery as an inaugural text? You have a very different permutation to what decolonial would mean. So where you start is also as important as where you want to be. So the cybernetic question then, Crane, I think our universities, are caught in a repertoire. So you go from meeting to meeting and meeting, you hear the same thing, right? It's a cybernetic loop, That's exactly what the sensory cybernetic process looked like. And so, In jazz, musicians tell you must avoid repertoire. I mean, jazz is jazz because jazz avoids repertoire. Speak to Abdullah Ibrahim. So what does quantum physics look like in relation to the cybernetic? I think that what quantum physics does, it tells you what it means to flip a condition of constraint into a condition of freedom. And this you will, if you read Brian Masumi's work, you will get a sense that we cannot be outside of these scripts. We inhabit them in very, very profound ways. So what we're going to have to look for are ways of flipping a condition of constraint into a condition of freedom, which brings me to the question of commonness. My former student who was in my first year class and once took a photograph of me, which made me feel very good as a lecturer because, I thought finally someone's appreciating the work that I'm doing. But you see, if the university doesn't constitute a space of commonness, if it doesn't perform, not the performative, if it doesn't perform a theoretical modality, a methodological intervention of what it might mean to be in common, I would worry if it's preaching to society what it must be to be in common. So where you start again is absolutely critical. And I would say that the idea of consilience is not to iron over differences. It is actually to think about a model of commonness. And I think Sharon was raising this word that will allow us to inhere the spaces of knowledge and produce the conditions of a flipping of a condition of constraint into a condition of freedom. Is this going to be hard work? Yeah, it's going to be. Because the question I have is, what do we do in our classes now? The students are all telling us, if you teach a class, everyone is against slavery. That's true. Because that's the right thing to be, is to be against slavery. But when you ask, what is the foundations of slavery that have produced the modernity that we inhabit now, will you give up your cell phone? That's a different question altogether. So episteme is what we engage in. The university doesn't need to be apologetic for thinking against its own tradition and its own kind of self-perceived certainties. I'm going to leave it there if that's just some way to get us started into this discussion.
Thank you, Pramesh. I'd like to check if Prof. Sudin has a response, because I know he has to leave by 3:30. Then we'll take another round if he has a response.
No, thanks, Jay. I can't activate my video, but just to say to Pramesh that I'm not disagreeing with you, but I don't think that just the full impact of thinking. Sorry about that. I don't think the full impact which comes out of quantum physics, and particularly quantum dynamics, has impacted even physicists themselves, and so they live in a kind of world which is quite stated. They separate the intellectual from the lived, and that leaves them trapped still in this old way of Kantian thinking, and it's asking people like physicists to be thinking about what the implications of that knowing might all be about. And it's an incredible provocation to be asking just about how we embody our learning, because the way in which you've been talking, I completely agree. I mean, we have embodied racially this learning of the last 400 years in very particular kinds of ways. But this other stuff disrupts that, in incredible kinds of ways. And I'm really excited, and I say this to Sharon, I'm really excited to be in the university right now. It's an extraordinary privilege, a privileged space in which to be. But the accountabilities that that come with it are so immense that I would want to argue that we have so much to be defending with this privilege here. So thanks very much, Chair. I am going to have to unfortunately leave it there and catch a flight to come to see you all in time for this evening. Thanks. Goodbye.
So there were two hands that were raised, and also Prof. Nomalanga, and then there's also one question virtually. Okay. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to pose some question. The provoker, in his presentation, talked of structured and petty apartheid. And I find that that is very critical. And so I need clarity on how higher education institutions should reposition themselves to handle the challenge of the prevailing petty apartheid that is still existing in some African countries. Yeah.
Then we will take Prof. Nomalanga and then Bongani.
Thank you. Just maybe all three of you may answer this one. Why is it that the black management class is so good at enforcing, I suppose, I don't know if I know what the term exactly means, but these techno-rational systems? Why is the black management class so good at it? Let me make an example. Why did Professor Makgoba advance the most stringent corporatization at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, even though he himself was a victim of liberal corporate racism at Wits? Why are black... yeah. No, I'm asking you. The reason I'm asking is because of the obvious, which is it's so good and well that the black intellectual class understands the common good, but it seems to wield this power very strongly. So, yeah, so that's the one question. And the other is, Bruce, in terms of the so-called community, etc., the biggest problem I have with the concept of the community is that I don't think we've worked out as black people what we mean when we sit in a university and talk about the community. We come from that community, and Salim will remember maybe at Rhodes, just the difficulty of trying to talk about community engagement when you're the black person in the room, because you're already engaging. That community there is the one you're coming from right now. That's the way you're sending your salary. So now when your white colleague is busy being funny, they are doing community engagement because they don't live there. And now I'm doing double community engagement because not only do I live there, now I must go back and pretend to be an academic engaging people. But then I know the university I represent may be alienating to people. So again, I don't think we know what we yet mean as an intellectual class or an elite class when we say common good in terms of that community. So yeah, then Primesh, here's one last thing for you. Isn't it that we need to be more like peasants, and that the derision of the peasant by the intellectual left has been the problem? I mean, every black African here knows that at some point in your life you're going to kill an animal ritually on your behalf. And that's just the way it is, right? But now in the university, the left or the liberal left will say, I can't now say this because it's going to offend sensibilities and, but now as the black African, I have to pretend I'm here for your little whitewashed sensibility. We are killing animals ritually when we leave this room, and that is and it's conservative. It is not radical, it is conservative, and we will do it. So how does that real reality of Africa actually permeate the university? We are going to kill animals ritually. I don't care if you're vegans in the room.
One last question from Bongani.
Greetings to the Freud Lodge. My name is Ubongani Mumoti. I'm a student researcher under Prof. Keith's department. I want to make a statement. Hopefully a question will arise from the speaker who is a professor, associate professor from Canada. I quoted a line from what she had said, which says that there is no single definition of decolonization. Hence, there are many voices within the university spaces, and probably a program that is definitive and that could be practical, could be devised. I think that's not entirely true. I think what the university spaces need to do is to understand the context of the effects of colonization in that particular society that was victim of. For instance, here in South Africa, when we look at decolonization, we need to understand the effects that education as the higher education sector, or education at large, was used as a tool to progress colonization within the context of capitalism. And it was a clear and specific tool. I say this because when Verwoerd became the minister in 1948, he had then contacted a Stellenbosch sociologist lecturer to assist him with that program of advancing the most gruesome stage of colonization, which is apartheid in South Africa. And then I think when we are in university spaces, it becomes dishonest if we expect the institutions of higher learning themselves, outside of the political space, outside of the external factors who used education to colonize, and then expect the university space itself to be transformative. I'm saying this because even in a capitalist system, we will miraculously, hopefully, decolonize and transform the university spaces, but it is the university that produces students. It transforms them into skilled labor. So if we transform the university spaces, but then not temper or have a work hand in hand with the external stakeholders who used education as a tool to devise this type of society we live in, we are exercising a futile exercise. Lastly, the professor, doctor, at the end, you posed beautiful questions. Which end? On the right, on the right, about the techno-rational times that we're in. It is said that we're in, I don't find it true, but we're in the fourth industrial revolution. Unfortunately, South Africa, we are not advanced to that stage, but it has elements. But now it poses a question on the institutions of higher learning, understanding the effects of industrialization, that as the mode of production advances, it then creates a crisis of unemployment within a capitalist system, because technology is taking the jobs of the petty labor. I'll coin it that. What then is the duty of the university to make sure that, one, the curriculum can respond to that crisis, and number two, what is the university doing to understand the fact that other institutions of higher learning, like TVETs, which produce laborers, which are more practical in nature, how then, what's the duty of higher education and learning in making sure that this techno-rational time within the capitalist system does not create a bigger problem for the crisis at hand? I'm sorry for being long. Thank you.
Thank you for all the questions. So we're going to give Dr. Sharon Stein to give a response. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Before Dr. Sharon Stein comes in, we'll take a question from Prof. Sue.
Thanks very much. Let me lower my hand. Yep. So thanks very much for a very thought-provoking session of provocations and counter-disputations. And I'm just thinking, a bit about, I know Walter Mignolo has been mentioned a few times, and he has this long, very long essay on delinking, and in which he talks about the rhetoric of coloniality, which is this exclusive pensée unique of the West and the rest. Its logic, which is a logic of othering, and of course through the lens of structure and technology of racialization, especially. And then that relates to a grammar of liberation, which he takes to be delinking. But as Professor Lalou has troubled us with, could be this liberation could be liberation by Trojan horse, a kind of accursed liberation that brings with it the seeds of reproducing the thing that we were supposed to liberate from. And I'm just reflecting on Sharon Stein's, intervention and reminder that there's no consensus on decolonization. And the reality being that there is also this other consilience of inductions, this other jumping together and creation of a consensus, been very dynamic and has worked very well, both in its original apartheid cybernetic scientific holism, and I think in its new interpretation of neoliberalism. So in a way, they've not been too fussy about how they make their consensus. So my question to you, my provocation to you is, what do we do about this? The fact that we're being very fussy about our consensus to resist this, but we are not really naming this commonplace of the other consensus. And elsewhere, I call this predatory transdisciplinarity. They managed to very successfully create a transdisciplinarity that has served as the grammar. Hence, we have technological determinism and technological rationality as the solutionism that supposedly liberates us as individuals and helps us to optimize ourselves. What should we do about the fact that this other consensus already exists, and why don't we do more to curse it openly and to name it and to oppose it in a more direct way, to confront it? So I don't know if that makes sense, but it's about the grammar of liberation, and are we really engaging in a structure of thought and action that really brings about a change that is really different? Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. So we're going to give Dr. Sharon Stein an opportunity to respond, and then we'll give Dr. Ndimi and Dr. Bruce and Pribesh will sort of do the last. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. It's a great question. So first, I want to just clarify that I absolutely agree that the imperative to map the ways that the university historically and today has been complicit in the creation and reproduction of colonialism is an imperative task. And I don't think there's any question about that. And I actually think that in many cases, many people on that map that I showed at least, work of actually confronting colonialism. And I think that's probably what many of us here are trying to push back against, which is sort of the wanting to move on without actually having reckoned with the historical and ongoing implications of colonialism, and not only reckoned with, but actually have made reparations. And I think there are many people pushing for decolonization who are pushing for that. But then what I was trying to map was that people respond to the call for decolonization in very different ways. And some respond by dismissing it entirely. Others respond by saying, by interpreting decolonization as inclusion, which in my personal, approach to decolonization is insufficient, because it's simply including more people into a colonial institution. And then there's people all the way on the other end who say, as you kind of suggested, perhaps we cannot decolonize the university because the university itself is a colonial structure. So unless it totally undoes itself, there's nothing that can be decolonized. And at the same time, we can hold that with the possibility of nonetheless trying to push for something different. And actually having that map of how people are responding to the calls for decolonization can be very useful. And it's going to look like a different map depending on what our context is. For me in Canada, it looks very different than what it looks like there. And I wouldn't try or assume to know what it looks like there in great detail. But having a map of the way that people are interpreting this is potentially very useful for then intervening and saying, okay, I see what's happening in this context, and here's where I can push. Here's where I can find allies. And we may not find allies that are exactly in the same place as the map with us, but maybe we find people on the same sort of corner that want to push back against people on the other corner, and working together strategically to see what might be possible. If not to decolonize, because maybe it's not possible, then at least to reduce harm, and work toward the potential possibility of a different future. And I absolutely agree that that cannot be confined to the wall.
To each other. But I don't know, what do we want to decolonize? What is it that we want to decolonize? And I understand in South African context, this notion of decolonization has its historical legacy or historical attachment element to it. But if you go to other countries in out of South Africa, the conversation is very different. In fact, if you go like in Tanzania, you talk about decolonization, what is that? They've never heard about it. Although we need to think about how do we decolonize our, for instance, curriculum. Is it still colonial oriented? How do we do that? But I think we need to think about what are the practices that we need to decolonize? How do we talk when we're in the corridor? How do I see you? How do you see me? How do I see Andre? Those are kind of things we think about before we talk about we need to decolonize, curriculum or teaching. That we can talk about. We can engage later. Going back to the issue of what universities need to do with the issues of, let's say, of unemployment. I think we need to not to treat university as a panacea to all the problems that are happening in society. Otherwise, we run into trouble. Because these are institutions which operate in a structure, in a context which there are many actors that have to be involved. They have their own core functions that they need to protect. The technologies of teaching and learning and research, they need to protect those. Those are core functions. But they can't run away from producing graduates who don't fit, in the society or in the labor market. They can't run away from that. So, but we shouldn't treat them as, university as being the solution to issue of unemployment. They could be part of contributing to unemployment, but also they are not the solution to that. So there are many actors who also must be involved in that process of addressing the unemployment. Not only in South Africa, and I gave an example when I was talking, in Tanzania you'll be surprised to see the number of unemployed graduates out there. And those are graduates. What about those who are unskilled and uneducated? So there are many issues that universities need to grapple with, but they are not the solutions to that. Coming to your question of community, and I'm not doing marketing here, but I do speak about that issue of community, the way we talk about community. How do we define a community? Who is a community? And the moment you talk about community, what comes to your mind? Othering. Those people who are somewhere there, and even a question, I pose a question, who do we engage with often? We look for poor people. And who is poor? Who do you find that this one is poor? I think those are questions that we need to begin to think about. when we frame or when we conceive a community, what is it? How does it look like? And when we engage with them, how do we frame our programs? You know, it has to be informed. And who decides what should be done to them? That's an important question we should think about. Thank you.
Thanks, colleague. I'm going to latch on to the response on community. I think we've also problematized the concept in our reimagination as well. And so when we think of community, we don't necessarily think of geographic anymore, but we think of a group of people that you might be engaging for a specific purpose around certain reason, and that is layered in itself as well. So when we come to the geographic and spatial engagement with community, that's informed by context. Who's in that particular context? How do we engage in that particular context? So that's a broad definition that we try to embrace in thinking about community and the multiple communities that we engage with. My thoughts on some of the other comments is that I think it's the ability for me is to sit in constant tension with some of these complexities that engage around some of the meta challenges that I think are confronting the university, and how the university wants to locate itself in response to these meta challenges. I think that comes out in the messaging, and I think historically, and your knowledge is vast on this, is this notion that do we use this historical opportunity to develop some contemporary responses while being reflective on the historical challenges that have brought us to this particular point?
Thank you, Winston. So just very briefly, the colleague from Makerere, you know, petty apartheid, I see as the end point of that question that got raised in the early 20th century by African nationalists, intellectuals. They were beginning to point out that there's something on the horizon that is looking like education could not solve. So many of them went to study, as you know, and they thought education was an escape hatch. And they came back and they realized that actually there was something else brewing on the horizon. I'm saying that what we see, you know, when you think ahead, is you see in petty apartheid all the worries they had about the attachments of race, as Stuart Hall would say, as a slippery signifier, floating signifier to this question of technology. So Africa's modernization, which is where we talk about decolonization, but Africa was a continent of modernization. All the nationalist movements had programs of modernization, starting with Ghana at the point of independence. And Nkrumah's big programs were modernization programs. So modernization has run aground in many ways, you know, as has development development of underdevelopment, and so on and so forth. So very quickly, what was happening in that space was this delinking, to use this word, of sense and perception. So, and I've got a long thing in the book. This lab was set up in 1920 in Leipzig. The same lab was set up at Stellenbosch University in 1917. Verwoerd was educated in that lab. Verwoerd's dissertation is called The Blunting of Emotions. And he goes in 1926 to go to this lab where they are working with Americans, Münsterberg in particular, on how to create industrial psychology as a discipline, psychotechniques, how to intervene in people's psychic structures. So I'm arguing that the work here of aesthetic education is actually to rework and relink sense and perception, which brings me to the worry about delinking in Minolo's work. I mean, I'm okay with Samir Amin's articulation of delinking. But I'm trained in the traditions of Edward Said. And Said worried very much about partition. I mean, coming from the Middle East and thinking about Israel, Palestine, but you know, when he spoke in Cape Town, he kept saying Eritrea, Ethiopia, I mean, all the Cold War, North Korea, South Korea, all these partitions that came up after the Second World War are legacies that we still live with today. And they are sources of enormous warfare across the world. So, you know, I think that there's a way in which we cannot avoid the question of partition as much as we want to decolonize, which I think is always underway anyway. But the thing here is about, I want to point out the colleague at the back, Bongani. You know, the thing here is that for me, slavery is the condition that touches this entire continent. Even the colleagues in Ethiopia will tell you, no, we weren't colonized, you know. But the question of slavery is available to them, as it is in Ghana, as it is here on your doorstep. Hinsa Kapalo is killed because there's an accusation of the practice of slavery against him. And it's 1834, the British have abolished slavery, and what they do is they hold the Xhosa king responsible for keeping the Hlubi and the so-called Mfengu as slaves. So slavery is at the heart of the formation of our racial system across the length and breadth of this continent. And I would say that, you know, when we engage in this project of the university, we must have the figure of the slave available. The failure to keep the slave available was what sold the university to the bourgeois public sphere and to capital. And I'm saying, no, if we make that same mistake again, we are destroying a very crucial part of the intellectual history and consequences of the kind of intellectual formations on this continent. And then, you know, Nomalanga, great questions. I mean, the black management, these universities were set up, my university, to control populations. That's what they were. I mean, so there's no medicine, engineering, none of those disciplines, not even the arts were allowed. The arts were only allowed at Fort Hare. Bantu arts is what they called it, right? So the black management concept, right, is with us because the formations of knowledge have trained people in the management of populations. I mean, in Mandani's terms, I mean, I don't often quote him, but, you know, for various reasons. I mean, we're not, okay, let's just leave that there. The problem of decentralized despotism, you know, is that the training of the management of populations in a system of indirect rule was underway all the time. Petty apartheid accommodated that very well, you know. You policed yourself into submission. And we mustn't forget that, you know, we are marked by not only the legacies of slavery, we are marked by the legacies of apartheid that made us conduct our own oppression and police our own oppression. And then just the thing about the rural in the urban and the rural in the university, I've been very interested in that. I mean, we've dislodged, most of our universities in South Africa are rural universities. They're not urban universities, and they don't all have statues of Cecil John Rhodes. They are rural universities, and the question here is about rural women. There are large numbers of rural women in these universities. So I've always said to people that the work that we need to do in relation to the rural is not reculturalize the rural, but to think about, you know, what beyond the questions of subjectivity and ethnicity and so on, are we to link up with in the rural? In other words, what process of learning to learn? And I've worked in a rural area in Cape Town for 10 years in Barrydale. And I can tell you the big thing there was fetal alcohol syndrome. 300 years of poisoning people by paying them in alcohol has left the society completely devastated. Yet in 10 years, between 94 and 2010, not a single kid from that region entered university. Through the simple instrumentality of a puppet, of a giant puppet, and these are beautifully, they're not just the Muppets, they are beautifully created by Handspring, with the local community. We now have 70 people in a higher education institution. So that work of creating a conduit to the university where the rural actually presents itself as a proposition within the university is going to be absolutely critical for us. I don't know if that's an adequate answer to your question, but I do think, you know, I want to plug again here, that I don't think that you can think Africa without seriously thinking the question of slavery and partition.
Thank you for the engagement. Unfortunately, we have come to the end of our session. We can't take another round in anticipation of the load shedding. Thank you.
Thank goodness there's load shedding. We can start.
Yeah. So,
thank you so much. Well, it's just to be back around 8 o'clock. Sorry. My apologies.
Yeah, so,
at 6.
Yes, to just clarify on Andre's point, at 6 o'clock there will be cocktail snacks for those who are in person, and then we'll start with the session, which is the Critical University Studies South Africa session, at 6:30. Hopefully after the lights have, the we've gone back to the mains. Yeah, just a reminder for those who would like to do a walking tour of campus, I'll meet you outside this entrance at 20 past 4. And there should be some tea outside for those who want. I think that's all for now. Right. Thanks, everyone.